Hello?
Hello?
Hey, this is Brian. I'm just checking to make sure the connection's working.
Yeah, okay.
Cool. All right, and you are muted in the room currently. So, anything I can do for you?
Yep, I'm good. Do I just leave it on? I've never done it this way before.
Yes, ma'am. Just leave it on. Are you watching on YouTube at the same time?
No, I didn't know I could do that.
Okay.
But
If you do,
I will bring it up.
Make sure to mute your mic on your phone. Otherwise, we'll get feedback. Or just make sure the volume on YouTube is real low. Other than that, we should be good.
Great, thank you.
All right, I'm leaving you connected. I'm gonna exit the room. Any last minute questions?
Yep, I'm good, I think.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Bond, can you hear me?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, great. All right, do I have a motion to certify? Nope. Sorry. Do I have a motion to return to open session?
Second.
Ms. Franklin and Dr. Roundtree. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to certify closed session that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Roundtree and Ms. Parton. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Abstain, I was not present.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 abstain.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to expel student A?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Parton and Ms. Franklin. Any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Abstain.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 abstain.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to exempt application 1 from compulsory attendance due to religious exemption in Montgomery County Public Schools?
So moved. Second.
Ms. Parton and Ms. Purcell, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Abstain.
Ms. Franklin?
No.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
No.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstain.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to exempt application 1 from compulsory attendance in Montgomery County Public Schools?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Gitchery and Ms. Parton, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Abstain.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 abstain.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to exempt application 2 from compulsory attendance in Montgomery County Public Schools?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Roundtree and Dr. Gitchery, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Abstain.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 abstain.
Motion carries. And do I have a motion to approve the personnel report as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Roundtree and Ms. Purcell, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
No.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed.
Motion carries. All right. Thanks, everybody, for letting us get through all of our initial motions there. So next up, we'll have the Chamber Choir from Auburn High School with us tonight to sing the national anthem with choir director Katie Seidman.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's
early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, great. Thank you so much. Next up, our student representatives tonight are Laura Altizer from Auburn High School and Olivia McNulty from Blacksburg High School. Will you please read our mission and belief statements?
MCPS is an innovative educational community. We value diversity and we are committed to equity and inclusion. NCPS empowers learners to realize success in an ever-changing global society through collaboration with communities, families, staff, and students. MCPS provides a safe, engaging learning environment and intentional exposure to positive social, emotional, and academic experiences. Our first belief is all students can learn in order to pursue their dreams. Second, schools are safe places of joy, wonder, and creativity. Third, every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected. Third, kindness is an essential skill of a responsible, productive community member. Fifth, the diversity of our community is one of our greatest strengths.
6, all people deserve equitable access to opportunities and resources. 7th, every child deserves an advocate. 8th, honoring the voices of students and other stakeholders strengthens the school community. 9th, open communication and feedback are vital to our growth. 10th, learning and teaching are collective efforts that began at birth and involve the entire community. 11th, relationship building and high expectations are foundational to student success.
Great, thank you both. Our next item of business is the student representative reports. Laura, do you have a report from Auburn High School?
I do. All right. AHS has had a great start to the 2025-2026 school year. With the end of the first quarter coming up, our students and staff have been working hard to wrap up the quarter. We're very excited about our football season so far. Varsity football is back this year, and our players have worked hard to perform well on the field. So far, they've had a record of 4-2, and they are third overall in the region. The team's dedication, teamwork, and school spirit have been inspiring both on and off the field. This Friday, they'll travel to Northwood High School, and we wish them the best of luck as they continue their season. Marching band has also had a strong start to their competitive season. Under the direction of Don Seacrest, the band has been preparing since late July to perform their 2025 show, Nocturnes. They competed at Franklin County this past Saturday, scoring first in their division. We will continue to compete throughout October, and we are looking forward to seeing their success as their season progresses. Our Heritage Club has begun their annual apple butter making tradition. Each fall, Heritage Club students will peel, core, and cut dozens of apples to be cooked down into apple butter. This Friday, these students will collectively spend the school day tending to the pot and processing the butter into jars to be sold. They will additionally bring up the middle schoolers from AMS to teach a lesson about the history of apple butter and to let them participate in the process of making it. Our volleyball team will host our 15th annual Dig Pink Night for breast cancer awareness and to raise money for cancer-related causes. Our girls cross-country team looks to defend their state championship, and our boys team looks to make a move as well this season. Our golf team is in full swing this year and looks to defend their state championship. This year's team has shattered school records for excellence all year long. As for our academic teams, our NAQT team recently participated in Tusculum University's competition. Our team came third overall in their bracket, with Kobe Bond scoring third individually and Laura Altizer, scoring 7th. To conclude, Auburn High School has had an exciting and successful start to the school year. We look forward to seeing what the rest of the year holds.
Great, thank you, Laura. Olivia, do you have a report from Blacksburg High School?
Yes, I do. Blacksburg High celebrated homecoming during the week of September 15th. The students and community enjoyed the parade on Wednesday, September 17th. We had several clubs, athletic teams, and other student organizations participating. Friday, September 19th was the varsity football game, and BHS lost a close game, but it was an exciting game. We finished the week off with the dance on Saturday, September 20th. Our cross-country team left for Cary, North Carolina this past Friday to compete in the Great American Cross Country Festival. Our girls JV team placed second with a team score of 95 points, and our top 20 finishers included Sally Prince, Clara Cook, Emily Katz, and Sadie Zhang. Our boys JV team finished 4th overall with a team score of 117 points. Top 25 finishers consisted of Wesley Rideout, Elijah Howe, Isaac Devine, and River Matthews. However, River led the boys varsity team with a top 15 finish. Ashera Lee was recognized as August Member of the Month by Virginia Deca. He is a part of our officer team for our Blacksburg chapter, and Simon Chow is our District 3 president. Our boys varsity golf team won the regional championships for the 4th consecutive year and are heading to states next week to defend their state championship. This week, we have a few events for students and parents. Tonight, we have a junior class parent meeting presented by our school counseling department. Tomorrow night is our parent/teen drivers meeting for 10th graders who are in driver's ed. Thursday, the school counseling department has a FAFSA workshop available for parents and guardians in the library from 3:30 to 7 p.m. Our 11th graders and 10th graders who signed up will all take the PSAT tomorrow. Friday, we will wrap up the week with our fall pep rally. Also, Blacksburg DECA is holding their annual Home for the Holidays service event, which helps feed students in need. A $35 donation helps provide one meal for a student. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Olivia. All right, that brings us to our honors and awards portion. Dr. Lori Comer, our Director of Secondary Education, will start our presentations for Seniors of the Month.
Good evening, Chair Hudson, school board members, Dr. Graham, and student representatives. Tonight I have the pleasure of introducing outstanding seniors from each of our 4 high schools. These students represent leadership, scholarship, high achievement, and a tremendous amount of hard work. You will hear from a representative of each school who will share what a teacher or administrator had to say about their nominee for Student of the Month. Mr. Hurd from Auburn High School is unable to join us this evening, and Mrs. Rourke, his assistant principal, is supporting a volleyball match tonight. So I will be presenting tonight to the Auburn High School Student of the Month. Mrs. Powers from Blacksburg High School will present for Blacksburg. Mr. Gwynn will present for Christiansburg, and Mr. Todd Lewis will recognize both the September and October honorees from Eastern Montgomery High School. We will begin with Auburn High School, and I would like to invite Kobe Bonds and his family forward at this time. Kobe Bonds is the October Student of the Month for Auburn High School. Kobe's math teacher writes about Kobe. Kobe is an outstanding student both academically and athletically. His work ethic is exceptional in all classes. As his mathematics teacher for 3 years, I have been impressed with his ability to meet the challenges of upper-level math courses. Kobe continues to excel in this field, which is not his preferred subject. As his former coach for the Scholastic Bowl and the all-around MAC, I witnessed his mastery of social studies. Kobe's knowledge of history and geography are unmatched in competition with his peers. Athletically, he is one of the top shot and discus high school competitors in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Kobe placed first place in the state track and field meet in spring of '25 in the shot put. Kobe's awards and recognitions can be found on his bio sheet displayed in the lobby. His future plans include competing in the NCAA and to make it to the NCAA National Championship with the goal of making it to the Olympic trials. Look out for many outstanding accomplishments from Kobe Bonds in the future. Congratulations, Kobe. Now Ms. Powers will come forward.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Graham, and the student representatives. It is my honor to introduce October Student of the Month, Maggie Thomas. Maggie, please join me with your family. Maggie Thomas has had a profound and positive impact on Blacksburg High School, leaving a legacy of leadership and inclusivity. As a student, Maggie has not only achieved academic excellence, but has also been a driving force in our school community. She has served as president of the Pep Club, where she is instrumental in organizing and executing our spirited pep rallies and other school-wide events. Beyond that, as president of the Unified Club, Maggie has been a powerful advocate to ensure our school and community promote diversity and inclusion, working to make our community more welcoming for everyone. In the fall of 2023, Maggie was a key organizer and host for the Virginia High School League VHSL Student Leadership Conference, a testament to her dedication and leadership. No matter the setting, Maggie consistently goes out of her way to ensure her fellow classmates feel included. Maggie is a fantastic leader and an outstanding representative of our school. Congratulations, Maggie.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Graham, and student representatives. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight one of our seniors of the month. It is my pleasure to introduce the October Senior of the Month for Christiansburg High School, Mr. Melvin Palmer. I would like to ask Melvin and his family to come forward at this time, please. When asking some of Melvin's teachers to describe him, they said, "Melvin is an extremely smart and mature student for his age. I have always been impressed with his work ethic and focus on bettering himself both academically and musically. Simply put, he is an exceptional young man with an outstanding moral compass. He is always thoughtful, introspective, and imaginative with his work, revealing his inner character, his concerns for the future, and his questions about the world and his place in it. As a result, his work is insightful and thought-provoking, conscientiously prepared, and admired by his peers. Melvin is also one of the most giving people I know and one who enjoys living life to its fullest. I can think of a few other students who can match his dedication and determination for success. Melvin plans to attend the University of Virginia as a neuroscience major. He then plans to continue with medical school, residency, and then earn his doctorate. He also hopes to be a member of the Cavaliers Marching Band. We won't hold that against you here in Hokietown. And minoring in music theory. He will also, if possible, enroll in a Japanese minor as an additional minor. Congratulations, Melvin.
Good evening, members of the school board and Dr. Graham. It's an honor to be here this evening to recognize two seniors of the month for Eastern Montgomery High School. First, our September senior of the month, who was unavailable for last month's recognition, Cyrus Underwood. Cyrus is here with his mom, and I asked them to come forward at this time. One of Cyrus's teachers, Mark Eaton, wrote the following, highlighting his qualifications for this honor. Cyrus Underwood exemplifies both maturity and confidence, making him a clear choice for Senior of the Month. A leader in the classroom and beyond, he serves as an FFA officer, participates in Beta Club, and competes in basketball, soccer, and golf. Cyrus pairs his achievements with creativity, an accomplished guitarist, singer, and even a standout line dancer. His dedication has earned him the William & Mary Leadership Award, multiple MVPs, and Mustang Awards, and consistent recognition on the A Honor Roll and New River Community College presidential list. Beyond academics and athletics, Cyrus gives back through community service, volunteering with local organizations, and lending a hand to neighbors in need. With plans to study building and construction at Virginia Tech, Cyrus carries himself with both swagger and maturity, ready to build a bright future. Congratulations, Cyrus. Next, it's my pleasure to recognize the Eastern Montgomery High School's Senior of the Month for October, Kenley Ryder. At this time, I'd like to invite Kenley and her family to come forward. Emily Castle wrote the following about Kenley. Kenley is a leader in the classroom and in our community. She is hardworking, positive, and outgoing. Kenley thrives on being social and making connections with others. As our school's FFA president, Kenley works with her fellow officers to promote agriculture education and personal growth among her peers. Kenley is an avid equestrian, receiving multiple awards with our FFA's horse judging team, and also earning school credit through our work-based learning program for her work with horses at Winterfrost Farm. She challenges herself academically and personally through enrolling in courses such as small engine repair, in which she had no prior experience. Her determination allows her to succeed at any task she puts her mind to. Furthermore, Kenley is a pleasure to spend time around. She can make you laugh, teach you a line dance, and motivate you to face your challenges. I am proud to have had Kenley in my agriculture classroom and FFA chapter for the past 4 years, and I'm excited to see what she accomplishes in her future. Kenley truly lives the FFA motto, learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve. Please join me in congratulating Kenley Ryder as the EMHS October Senior of the Month.
Okay, thank you all very much. We're going to ask our seniors and their parents to hang out for just a second. The board's going to take a quick break. We're going to come down there and congratulate you a little bit, and then we'll resume with our meeting. So we'll take a quick break. All right, everybody. Thanks for indulging our break there. That's one of our more favorite activities, to come down and greet our students. So we will now move on to public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and community members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Osborne will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue with their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I'll call each speaker up by name in the order that they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining and when their time is up. Please state your name and the area of the county that you live in. And our first speaker tonight is Katie Seidman, followed by Kimberly Williamson.
Good evening, board. My name is Katie Seidemann, and I live in Christiansburg. I've spoken to you a lot in lots of different capacities, but tonight I'm here to speak with you as a fine arts teacher in Montgomery County. First, I would like to say thank you for allowing my chamber choir to come and sing for you tonight. They are pretty awesome, so they would love for you to talk with them about that anytime. Secondly, I would just like to give a huge thank you to our new fine arts coordinator, Glenn Chilcote. No, he does not know that I'm doing this. He actually left, so it's going to be a surprise for him. Glenn has been a colleague and a friend of mine for a long, long time, but this actually has nothing to do with that. He's just really good at his job. We've never had the opportunity, at least since I've been with MCPS, the opportunity to do performances like this. He's done a lot of great PD. He's done some already. He signed us up for some things that are interesting to us. Not that study sync isn't interesting to us, but it's not something that is in our wheelhouse, not something that we use every day. And so it's exciting to do things that make us excited to teach. And Glenn is really great at doing that. He has also these great ideas for us to do that we never thought of or we never had the opportunity to do, and he's helping us facilitate that. Even better, he's helping us find the funding to do these things. And he has already told us that he's going to do whatever he can to help us find that funding to give us those opportunities. So I just wanted to thank the board for trusting that this position is something that we needed in Montgomery County, because it really is, it really was. And we are just so, so thankful that you trusted us when we gave you that feedback for that fine arts coordinator position, at the position itself. But then I do want to point out that Mr. Chilcote is doing a fantastic job. So thank you for that, and thank you for having us.
Great, thank you. Next up is Kimberly Williamson, followed by Anna Vijayan.
Kimberly Williamson, Christiansburg. First, anyone calling the murder to Charlie Kirk a Nazi is just plain ignorant of history. For Nazi stands for the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Is not the American left a promoter of National Socialism? For Germany, socialism was primarily cultural Marxism that divided itself along racial lines and found a scapegoat to blame for all their troubles. For Germany, it was Jews. For American Marxists, it is white people, and more specifically, white heterosexual Judeo-Christian men like Charlie Kirk. So those in our culture actually acting like Nazis are the ones loudly screaming Nazi and fascist at everyone else. Second, what hypocrisy to think that as a teacher one could spew such hatred for an assassinated man they disagreed with and not receive harsh consequences in line with the school's hate speech policy. What a lovely example to your students. Do as I say, but not as I do. The policy works for all, or it works for none. Third, as the hate speech policy goes, I'm beginning to think that we've been duped into codifying subjective and corruptible interpretations of hate speech rather than setting an example of what we should be speaking as we relate to others. This is especially grievous in regard to the so-called microaggressions. In my opinion, the concept of microaggressions speaks more to the offendability and fault-finding nature of someone than it does to any real offense of the other party. If you look for an offense on round every corner, you're going to find it. This will only serve to shut down free and innocent expression among everyone in the schools, making everyone walk on eggshells, afraid someone will interpret what they say or do as a punishable offense. So I suggest we scrap the entire hate speech policy, and instead subjectively criminalizing speech, we place the following in every hallway and classroom and begin to reset school culture to the example of good speech that is expected of all in our schools. And never let ugly or hateful words come from your mouth, but instead let your words become beautiful gifts that encourage others. Do this by speaking words of grace to help them. You'll do best by filling your minds and meditating on things true, noble, reputable, authentic, compelling, gracious, the best, not the worst, the beautiful, not the ugly, things to praise, not things to curse. Or in the words of Charlie Kirk, taste your words before you spit them out.
Thank you. Next up is Anna Vijayan, followed by Joseph Childers.
Hi, my name is Anna Vijayan, and I live in District A. I wrote you an email earlier, but it wasn't that long ago, so I decided to also present what I had to say here in front of you. So basically, I was speaking with a former school board member recently, and that former school board member indicated, if I understood correctly, that in years past, board members had the opportunity to meet individually with the superintendent in the fall months, so basically October through December, to discuss budget priorities. And this person also indicated that if that was allowed or done, that it would pretty closely mirror the close involvement of supervisors in the preparation of the county budget, as they're involved in various committees. So basically, I'm asking that you, the school board members, kind of take that idea and kind of build into your budget process that you will have the opportunity to be involved in the budget planning much earlier than just January, starting in January. This involvement could be either through individual meetings with Dr. Graham or at a board meeting where members have the chance to bring up priorities for the upcoming school year. And I think this would be beneficial for a few reasons, including that this would give the superintendent and her staff ample time to prepare information regarding the budget impacts of various priorities suggested by you, the board members. And also, maybe most importantly, so that the superintendent's statement of needs will more closely reflect your priorities. As you might know, in the very recent past, the Board of Supervisors has used the superintendent's statement of needs rather than the school board's proposed budget as the benchmark for what's needed for students in the schools. And while you might think it makes sense, it's kind of like you are the deciders. You are the ultimate authorities on what the schools needs. They're accountable to the community. And so I think it would be advantageous for you and for the community if you make sure the statement of needs matches board priorities as closely as possible. Yeah, and just base it on needs for the students. Don't pinch it down. Don't pinch it down because you're afraid to ask for too much. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next up is Joseph Childers, followed by Chris Thomas.
My name is Joseph Childers, and I'm a parent of 2 children in the Montgomery County school system, and I live in Blacksburg. I'm here to speak against the call to discipline a teacher for making a comment on their private Instagram page about Charlie Kirk, a page, as far as I understand it, that had no connection to their real name or job. Kirk, if you recall, was the podcaster killed last month in Utah. His death has served as a Reichstag fire of sorts for President Trump, a cheap pretext to send black helicopters and jackboots after American citizens to quell a phony crisis of his own creation. More than 145 people from all walks of life have been fired for posting about Charlie Kirk without showing sufficient reverence. These are regular working people who have lost their livelihoods: teachers, firefighters, nurses. They did real jobs that mattered to their communities. They weren't racist content creators who went around to colleges to debate teenagers and wow them with such pearls of wisdom as black people are stupid or women blog in the kitchen. But they don't have the money, they don't have the backing of dark money billionaires, so they're out of luck. There's no use pointing out the irony that all of these newly deputized thought police were the same ones who spent decades decrying cancel culture. They revel in the hypocrisy. A grossly unequal and unfair society is the essence of their political project. But that project is not a popular one. If they really believed they had a mandate from the people, they wouldn't declare war on half the country. They are racing to consolidate their power because they know the bill is coming due. When the AI bubble propping up the real economy finally bursts and recession hits in earnest, events will overtake them, and the forced canonization of a divisive influencer will seem even more absurd and obscene than it already does. Kowtowing to these clowns may seem like the safe move, but I wouldn't be so sure. Tides turn and people remember these kind of capitulations. The person you fire today might be running for your seat tomorrow. And it's not like caving to the right-wing mob will save you from their wrath. It might just be your scalp they demand the next time they get bored and need a target. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Chris Thomas.
Members of the board, Chris Thomas, Christiansburg. If tonight's meeting runs the usual length, 6 Americans will be murdered with firearms while you deliberate this evening. That's 6 Americans with mothers and fathers, 6 Americans with families and friends, 6 Americans whose deaths are every bit as tragic, every bit as horrific, and every bit as preventable as Charlie Kirk's. So I understand where one of tonight's speakers is coming from. It is a tragedy when a life is claimed by gun violence. As my friends on the right used to once loudly and frequently remind us back when they were trying to ignore the murder of unarmed black men by law enforcement, all lives matter. And they do. All lives do matter, but only some lives, it seems, warrant using the power of the state to ensure that everyone is sufficiently publicly aggrieved. And so we've seen one of our usual pearl clutchers up here tonight demanding that steps be taken, consequences be meted out because of private social media posts by some MCPS personnel. Now, to be clear, there is nothing in the MCPS employee handbook, acceptable use document, hate speech policy, or social media policy that would support any disciplinary actions, even if the previous speaker's suppositions are taken as truth, which they are categorically not. The supposedly outrageous statement you're being asked to take action on is, "You're never going to gaslight me into mourning a dead Nazi." Never. And frankly, I can't think of a statement more in line with American values. Why, 83 years ago today, an American ally, the British destroyer HMS Active, destroyed and sank U-179 with all hands on board. Are we to mourn the 61 enlisted Kriegsmarine officers and sailors on board U-79? Maybe start the meeting off with a moment of silence for them? Of course not, because Americans do not mourn dead Nazis. That so-called objectionable statement bears repeating. You're never going to gaslight me into mourning a Nazi. Not a conservative, not a Christian, certainly not Charlie Kirk, a Nazi. The only people in this room, or indeed in this school system, who've called Mr. Kirk a Nazi are the ones insisting that the statement somehow applies to him. That somehow, or for some reason, objecting to the mourning of Nazis has anything whatsoever to do with Charlie Kirk. Now, given the White House's willingness to weaponize the federal government against its political enemies, and the willingness of certain right-wing agitators to mobilize online lynch mobs against anyone who would so much as consider speaking ill of Mr. Kirk, I would urge this board to think long and hard before concurring with my friends on the right who have stood at this podium and called Mr. Kirk a Nazi, at least by implication. While I admire their bravery and their willingness to speak their minds about Mr. Kirk's views, alas, Mr. Kirk's own beliefs about the importance of free speech is regrettably not widely embraced by those who claim to mourn him. And I wish I could say I did not see that coming. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, a public address is closed. All right. Next up are consent items. If no one wishes to move an item out of consent, we will consider these items approved. Okay, great. Next up, do I have a motion to approve the payment of bills as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Roundtree and Ms. Purcell, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. And that brings us to our business meeting. First up, Dr. Lois Graham will provide our report from the superintendent.
Good evening. I just wanted to take a few minutes tonight to share a little bit about SOL cut scores, which you may have heard in the news recently. On September the 25th, the Virginia Board of Education unanimously approved to raise cut scores for the standards of learning. This was done in order to better align Virginia SOL assessments with the higher standards of the National Assessment of Educational Progress, which is commonly known as NAEP. This change in cut scores means that students will need to achieve higher scores to be considered proficient on our standardized assessments. These new higher cut scores are being implemented in a phased-in approach, with final implementation decisions expected to be made this month. At this time, the state's considering either a 4 or a 5-year plan for a phased-in approach, and they will assist our high school seniors. Students in the graduating class of 2026 taking an end-of-course SOL test will be measured using the current proficiency cut score, which is 400. All the other cut scores will vary by grade and by subject. Anyone who would like to see more details on these proposals can see them on the VDOE website. The dates and times for stakeholder meetings will also be posted on the VDOE website. The VDOE also plans to present a final multi-year phased-in implementation plan at the board's October 3rd meeting. I also wanted to share that by this time of the year, we have usually provided the board a summation of Montgomery County's performance on both state and federal standards. However, this year the results were delayed. The results are now scheduled to be released this week, and so therefore we will plan to provide an update to the board at the October 21st board meeting. And finally, I'd like to highlight 2 of our schools that were in the headlines recently, both for very good reasons. First, from Blacksburg High School, Madison Webb was recognized by the WSLS as the September Education Impact Award recipient. A community member nominated her for her efforts in leading the Unified PE program at Blacksburg High School. She and the school both received a cash prize. And also, I'd like to commend Christiansburg High School for representing MCPS and the entire community extremely well while hosting the WDBJ7's Fired Up Friday, which was a live TV show. And Ms. Gilliam's marketing class planned a flawless event. It incorporated our students of all abilities, showing off the spirit of Christiansburg High School. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Graham. Board, any questions or comments? Okay, great. Next up, I want to take this opportunity to provide an update on the superintendent search process. That process really gets going in earnest this week. A survey went out to the community today, both in English and in Spanish, in order to gather community inputs into our process. And then in addition, we have 2 days of listening sessions scheduled tomorrow and Thursday. A schedule for that has gone out to all the various stakeholders, trying to get as broad of a collection of feedback as possible in that process. One collection of sessions in particular I want to call out are the open community forums that are scheduled both Wednesday and Thursday at 7 p.m. So tomorrow, October 8th, at 7 o'clock, there'll be open community forums at Blacksburg High School and Auburn High School at 7 p.m. And then Thursday, also at the same time, 7 p.m., the open community forums at Christiansburg High School and Eastern Montgomery High School. I guess to clarify, at Blacksburg, it'll be in the cafeteria. At Auburn, it'll be in the library, so that's tomorrow night. And then at Christiansburg, in the cafeteria, and Eastern Montgomery in the auditorium. I just want everybody to be aware of those. And so even if you came to one of the other sessions because you were one of these other stakeholder groups, those open sessions are open to everybody, teachers, students, family, staff, whoever wants to come out and share their opinion. And we want to try to get as broad of a collection of inputs into this process as possible. As discussed up here on the dais when BWP was up here presenting, they're going to ask three main questions to everyone. And again, try to get as many different perspectives as possible. So what do you think the strengths of MCPS are? What are the challenges for MCPS? And what are the qualities and characteristics you would like to see in the next superintendent? So start thinking about those questions and come with your feedback on any and all of those. All right, I think that's all I've got on that. Any other questions or comments, board?
I wanted to follow up on an exchange that we had. So at Blacksburg High School, there's a required driver's ed meeting with parents of sophomores. I know that there was some concern expressed about maybe parents not being able to participate in the forum. Were we able to expand the time a little bit, or that they'll be able to join the forum? I don't know if you can speak to that.
Yeah, so
issue.
the times overlap. So the driver's ed thing will end before our session ends, but they're going to stay and get feedback from folks who are there. They're not going to send people home if they're still there wanting to provide feedback. So absolutely.
Okay, so community members, if you do have to go to that driver's ed presentation, then there's still going to be time for you and an opportunity for you to provide feedback at the forum.
And I think there's volleyball games at a couple of other schools as well, kind of same thing. You know, it's hard to find a night where there isn't something going on at our school. So I think in those cases, other principals were going to make announcements during the events and try to encourage folks to come between sets or whatever. So try to get as many people up there as we can, even given everything else going on.
So if you can't attend the one that's held at your school, you can attend others. So they're all
absolutely
open to the whole community.
That's a great point.
Yeah. Also, the timeline for the survey, how long will the survey be up?
Yep, so if I'm not mistaken, it closes the end of next week. So it goes through the 17th.
So when did the notification go out to community stakeholders?
Today.
So they had 1 day to get ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. For the community meetings, yeah. So those messages started going out last week.
Okay, just wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely, right. Yeah, sorry. The survey went out today. That's right. The administration contacted folks. You know, those on the board were encouraged to reach out to their own contacts and liaisons, try to get as many folks out there as we can. All right, great. Thank you all for that. All right, next up, the board is asked to appoint Rhonda Reed as Deputy Clerk to the Montgomery County School Board. The Deputy Clerk shall be empowered to act in all matters in the absence or inability of the clerk to act. Do I have a motion to appoint Rhonda Reed as Deputy Clerk for the Montgomery County School Board?
Second.
Ms. Franklin and Ms. Parton. Any discussion? Okay, great. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. All right, next up, the board will now take action on the finalization of our legal services contract. Do I have a motion to appoint HP Law, PLLC, a legal services contract?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Roundtree and Ms. Purcell, any discussion?
Can I ask a quick question? So is the contract exclusive? I can't remember what they...
I think that was the board's intention, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. All right, next up, the board received a presentation on September 16th regarding the New River Valley Governor School for the Arts and Humanities. The board is now asked to approve a participation for Montgomery County Public Schools in the New River Valley Governor School for the Arts and Humanities. Do I have a motion to approve Montgomery County Public Schools' participation in the New River Valley Governor School for the Arts and Humanities?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Roundtree and Ms. Parton, any discussion?
Can I ask a question? So I obviously wasn't on the board when the first governor's school was established. During the presentation, there were details that needed to be worked out. And one of the questions I had was whether those details needed to get worked out and then a fuller document or agreement would be presented to the board and that at that time approve it. I don't know what the procedure has been in the past because, I asked a couple of questions and others did it as well. And this one is 2 pages. So I was wondering, there are other instances like we have another proposal before us that we have a letter of intent in order to come to a basic agreement, and then when the details get worked out, then at that point there's a memorandum of understanding. So I don't know what the history is of these sorts of agreements. I just had a question about that. And it's not that I'm opposed to our participation, but it's at what point that the board approves. Does anybody know?
So I was here. I too do also have concerns. I absolutely agree with the program. Going to be a wonderful opportunity for our students and other students across the New River Valley. But I have concerns about the process for students being accepted into the program. And I expressed those very early on about the lack of opportunities that would prepare students to understand exactly what this program could mean to them and have the opportunity to participate in courses throughout their educational history to be more aligned with this. So I have concerns about that. From what I recall, we did receive and have more discussion about the whole process and how it all went. Now, we did have some of that discussion several months ago, if not last year. Was it this spring? I don't know. But I don't know that the board did have a discussion as to how we felt about how everything was laid out. We may have, I just don't recall that. But my big concern is our students who are coming up in the next few years, and even the ones who may be entering pre-K, how are they going to be prepared to be able to stand up to the rigor of this? So those are my concerns.
I guess kind of putting the question to, I'm not sure, Dr. Graham, Ms. Purcell, like what's the right order of operations? Like, do we agree to proceed and get involved and then figure out some of the nuances, or do we need to get everything figured out first and then vote to
I think the letter of intent will give us time then to figure out a memorandum of understanding and exactly how students would be selected and how we would prepare them. Helen, you've worked with this. Do you have anything to add to that?
Mike, I'm sorry.
On?
There you
Oh,
go.
there we
You're
go.
good there.
Mr. Chilcote and I have spoken extensively about your concerns because I also have those concerns. Not all of our students have the opportunity to go to dance class. Not all of our students have parents who can take them to music class. So Mr. Chilcote and I are already talking about how can we provide those opportunities at the elementary level with the teachers, leveraging the teachers that we already have to start preparing our students towards that end. Also, in the gifted plan that you approved last year, we have space where we want to explore other ways to identify students as gifted so that we could identify earlier. So we can be exploring that. It's not a right now solution, but it's definitely something that has been on my mind as well. I want this to be an equitable process where all students are encouraged to apply and all students are prepared for the rigor. And so I think you and I can work more closely on that if you have better ideas, I'm sure, than I do. But I know with the Southwest Governor School, I get to drive, or MCPS gets to drive what that application process looks like so that we're making sure we're choosing students that are prepared for the challenge, but also are representative of all 4 of our communities. Does that help a little bit?
It does, but sometimes I just like things in writing.
I understand. So if you choose to move forward, then we can come up with a draft of a process for how we're building capacity in students and then how we're making sure that our process for selecting students is equitable. I haven't done that yet just because it's not time yet. Dr. Geecher, can you explain to me a little bit more about your concerns so that I can gather more information for you?
Yeah. So, I mean, I would feel a little bit more comfortable with letter of intent because it's an agreement between MCPS and the other divisions as well, and with Radford. So, for instance, there's a cost associated with the students, and there's going to be a percentage that we pay or an amount that we're going to pay. So, a basic agreement with Radford on their responsibilities and our responsibilities. Just a letter of understanding while we work out some of the details, and then when those details get finalized, then present a memorandum of understanding or something more formal, because you're working on a gifted program, and so this is going to have to be folded into it. And so, what does that process entail? It's less about further down the road, but so I'd feel a little bit more comfortable than just the 2-page summary because it is an agreement between MCPS and Radford. So I see it just like we have with that letter of understanding is a 2-step process. The initial agreement saying, okay, these are certain things that we can agree to. And then when you've worked out the details, there's a more complete agreement reached. That would be my preference.
Absolutely. So tonight, do you want to table this and me come back to you with these items?
That would be my preference because there are numbers, they're I know that there's, 20 students?
That would be the cap after a sort of scale up. And we don't have to send 20 students. That's just how many they're saying we could send.
Yeah.
And that's how many we send to Southwest Gov School. So I think that's where that number came from.
Right.
But at first, that first year, it would just be sophomores. And I think is it just 5? It's either 5 or 10.
Okay. Yeah, just some of those details and how much we're going to be paying, just so people can see what the actual agreement is with Radford. So it's a little different than the curriculum, which is what this is primarily focused on, but just more some of the administration and what we're actually agreeing with Radford, or they're agreeing with us, what their expectations are for us, as well as ours for them. But that's just my perspective.
Got it.
Let's go around and hear from the board. Ms. Varden?
So, great questions, Ed. Personally, from what I've heard from the president of Radford and what Ms. Tenino has presented to us before. I trust our administration to handle those ends of that for this particular project, and I'm okay being able to vote on it tonight. I know other board members have questions and they may want to have those answered before they feel comfortable, and I totally respect that and I get that. But for me tonight, I'm good with going ahead and voting.
Okay. Ms. Bond?
I'm good with going ahead and voting tonight as well.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Purcell?
I'm in agreement with Ms. Parton and Ms. Bond also. I think there's some kind of chicken and egg situation because it's new, and there are just these steps that kind of all need to fall in place for the school to accept applicants starting in the spring. There's a hiring process for the director that's underway. Funds do need to be secured from the General Assembly, and that can't happen until early next year. But then, kind of our support at this level can help make a stronger argument for that. And perhaps if we need to do something that's a little more formal down the line again, I don't see any harm in that. I do want to just speak to the word gifted that's popped up, because that was something that Ms. Fotinos talked about a lot just in the meetings that we had as a committee. And it had kind of come up when we had our presentation a few weeks ago. And kind of that legal term of gifted is not what the applicants to this program are restricted by. They don't necessarily have to be kids who have been identified as gifted to be strong applicants for this program. They do need to show some talent in arts and humanities, in which and interest as well, because it's a really rigorous program. So I'm absolutely in agreement with Ms. Franklin as well to kind of work on building stronger partnerships with RU, like just more kids going there for field trips, performances, going to the art gallery, going to maybe having some kind of classroom visits so they can see themselves there. That's a multi-year process that involves all kinds of coordination. But I think an important step tonight is saying, hey, I think we're happy to go ahead with this. So thank you.
Dr. Roundtree?
Hey, can I just get a reread of the specific motion?
Yeah. Do I have a motion to approve Montgomery County Public Schools' participation in the New River Valley Governor's School for the Arts and Humanities?
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with moving forward today. I agree there's some chicken and egg issues there. The intent to move forward might be a reasonable statement as well, but it's I don't see us not moving forward with this as long as there's reasonable programs put together and reasonable cost structures and what's not associated with Bradford. So yeah, I'm good with voting to allow the administration to move forward.
Okay. And then in my mind, I start with Dr. Guthrie. So Ms. Franklin?
Okay, so there is an impact to the budget with this. So I would like the board to have good discussion about, and this happened with the other governor's school, how many students we would be able to afford to send, what contribution would we have to make just to still be eligible to send students each year, because there are staffing requirements and things like that. So I would like to see that information. Moving forward tonight with just saying we want to participate and not specifying at what level, I'm comfortable with doing that, but I think it requires more discussion from the board around the budgetary impact for me.
I think I'll agree with kind of what I'm hearing as a majority. To me, this just means, yes, let's keep going, right? But there's still all the details to be worked out. I'd like to see an MOU or whatever is appropriate, in order to codify some of those specifics, right? But to me, it makes sense to make sure that we're willing to move forward before we ask the administration to get more specific on that stuff. So, but we still want to see it.
Great.
I think one of our students has some questions.
Do any of our students have any comments or questions to share? It's okay if you don't. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not really a question or anything specific, but I mean, I, for one, would be really excited to hear about an Arts and Humanities Governor School starting up. I myself go to the Science and Math Governor School in Dublin, and I think there's always a necessary input for arts and humanities. I think in recent years, education has pushed for STEM, and I think that's very, very important. But I think in doing that, we've neglected people who are interested in that. I think especially like K through 12 education needs to focus on baseline stuff and allowing people to have pathways that like pursue their interests. And I just think this would be a really great opportunity for people. And I think it's something necessary, especially in a smaller, tiny southern community like Montgomery County. I just think that's of utmost importance. Thank you.
Great. Olivia, what you got?
I was just wanting to ask, I don't know if it fits this general topic, but I wanted to ask about, there's a lot of, specifically in Blacksburg, it's a very competitive school, known for being competitive. And there's many great opportunities, such as, the Arts and Humanities Governor School, but unfortunately, there's also a lot of low-income students, such as myself, that can't afford these opportunities to go, or I don't know how to word it, but like to do certain opportunities to help further their education, like such as if they're in a certain club, like such as I'm in DECA, I cannot afford to go to States. And there's many, fundraising opportunities, and I'm lucky my school has the Bruin Family Fund, but I'm highly dependent on that. And I know this is like not just an issue at Blacksburg, but like, all over Montgomery, where if a student wants to take an AP class, it's $100 per an AP, and you have reduced lunch, it goes down to like around $60, but still adds up. And, with a lot of field trips, you have to bring like your own food. And I don't know if they changed it in all of Montgomery, but I know Blacksburg is now offering free breakfast for every student, but there's just like simply not enough funding for low income students. And I'm going to be a first generational graduate, but I have not heard of like any opportunities for me, any funding for me, for kind of people that fall in my category, to help with that. Like, I'm just worried because there's many students in my position that will not be able to pay for their AP exams. That, helps them highlight themselves on their college applications. There's students that won't, get to compete as states, and they may be really good at Skills USA, but they just simply can't afford it. So I was just like asking, when would be a good time to mention that?
I think you just did. And that's great. No, that's awesome. I think that ties into some of what we just heard in terms of the specific process that we're talking about around the governor's school, and making sure that all of our students are able to participate in that if they want to. But you kind of touch on a broader issue that I know is important for the board in general. And it's great to have you on the board here with us, so you can continue to remind us of that topic and bring it up in other opportunities as well.
Olivia, email me and we'll talk, okay? Because I have some ideas for you.
Oh, I don't know your name. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm Mrs. Sotinos. I'm on the Blacksburg list. I'll get it to you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And one reason why I've been so supportive of this program, Olivia, is that students would be able to earn 30 college credits for free. You'd be transported to the school for free, down to Radford, and back to BHS to finish your day. So that program shouldn't have additional costs for the participants. It'd be a really early morning, but it shouldn't be extra burden to the families for things. I don't know how textbooks would work out, honestly. Do you remember, Mrs. Fotinos, if we talked about that? Because college textbooks can be expensive.
I would think if we're making a commitment to send our students, then we're making.
We'd be covering the books.
I have never been asked to cover the cost of books at Southwest Gov School, so I wonder if it's wrapped into the
fee
that we pay. But I can find out.
But as you were talking, Olivia, I was thinking about, my daughter took private music lessons for many years, and that was an investment that we made that not every kid gets, for sure. So, certain kids will have different opportunities. But thank you so much for bringing that up. I really appreciate it.
Sorry, I also have another question. So I have a 504, and one of my accommodations is taking paper tests, and there's just not enough textbooks at my school to paper textbook. It's all digital, but it's very hard for me because I have dyslexia. So I'm like, is there any resources to fund students so they can have a physical textbook? Because digital textbooks, I know on McGaw Hill, on the students page on Montgomery County, it's supported through that, but it's just not a good website to do schoolwork and research for higher classes such as AP US History and AP Euro.
That's a great question, and I'll leave that maybe up to our administration.
I think we can address that. If you will contact me, let me know what you need, we'll address that for you.
Thank you so much, Olivia. And I understand the concern once you get to high school, but for me, again, it's like Ms. Purcell said, and you mentioned, not all students have the opportunity to be exposed so that they can understand this is something I really like and I'm good at it and I want to do it. Instead of just, all of a sudden hearing about this when you're a sophomore and it's like, boy, I would have liked to have done that, but yet when you apply, your resume doesn't necessarily show that you've had an interest in that because you haven't had the opportunities. So thank you so much. Thank both of you.
Board, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for highlighting some of the hidden costs of education in our community, and that although we do provide public education, there's many activities inside of our public schools that are not available for all of our students because of the needs associated with finances to fund them.
I was just going to add a couple of things. One, I agree that there's a legal definition of giftedness because of the programming through VDOE. It was also just on that 2-page document uses giftedness in the description of qualities of the student. So it was in part for that, but I agree that it is a very complicated term. So I am in support, regardless of what I've said here, of the governor's school, but it does bring up a good point about 504. So when our students go to Radford, Radford has its own student disability process. What happens when we have students who have IEPs and 504s?
That's a great question.
So that's something that there would have to be an agreement with their office to make sure that whatever IEP or 504 that a student has at MCPS will be honored by that office to make sure that there's compliance. So that's one example of how you want to think about the details of what the agreement would be, because those are resources and those are commitments and responsibilities that we want to make sure that are taken care of. So, but I do want to make sure I'm not sending the signal that I'm not supportive. I am supportive. Thank you. Thank you for all your work on this. I really do appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Greatly.
Thank you, Board. Any other comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Franklin,
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery,
Abstain.
Ms. Parton,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Mr. Hudson.
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 abstain.
Motion carries. Next up, do I have a motion to authorize a request to the Board of Supervisors for a capital project transfer of $80,000 to the 2025-26 school capital budget?
So moved.
Second?
Dr. Roundtree and Ms. Purcell. The information of that transfer is in board docs. That's for playground equipment at Margaret Beeks. Board, any discussion?
So, it's kind of shocking when you see $80,000 for playground equipment, right? I would like to have some information, just so we as board members understand how much it costs. There was a time when PTOs would raise $20,000, $30,000 to pay for playground equipment. And I believe $80,000 and above for playground equipment is just unattainable for a normal PTO or any other organization to try to raise to help support schools. So I would just like to understand exactly what we look at when we're looking at playground equipment and things like this for our schools. So when $80,000 for playground equipment comes up, people don't think, what are they doing? The Taj Mahal, right? So I would just like to have just a breakdown on some of the common stuff and how expensive it can be, like playground equipment.
Is there anyone here who could speak to that tonight, or?
So Angie or Matt, do you want to share what they are purchasing? Dr. Brown?
Mrs. Franklin, what's your question?
So just to see what it costs for the typical playground equipment that we provide in Montgomery County schools.
Yes, ma'am.
And so again, that people don't think $80,000 for a swing, a merry-go-round, or whatever. What kind are they? That kind of thing.
Yes, ma'am. It's actually quite expensive, and this also includes $40,000 from the PTO as well. So the total cost was around $120,000, and it's not the Taj Mahal. It's a basic piece of playground equipment. Playground equipment is very expensive right now, and I think part of that is the liability of the actual equipment. The manufacturer is taking on the liability, in case somebody gets hurt. It also is a considerable amount of money to have it installed as well. If I remember, I think it's $20,000, $30,000 to have it installed by the company. But the PTO is contributing, I do believe, to that cost as well.
I understand that, but just explaining, like, the company has to install it. And I'm sure there's a reason, because if they don't install it, we install it, that means it's on you if something goes wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
And that costs money.
I would be happy to get some costs. You know, obviously there's different ranges of playground equipment, but pretty much in my experience, it's all, I mean, you're talking 20,000 and up. I mean, what we're paying right now is probably about the average for a piece of playground equipment. And the company that we deal with actually has a grant. You can apply for a grant for that, but what it does, it's dependent on the piece of equipment you purchase, the price. So pretty much what it does is cover the installation is what we would get. So we've tried to take advantage of every opportunity we can to get money back, and we'll apply for that grant again this year. I believe what I was told also is the plan is to try to replace pieces of equipment at every school throughout. You know, there's a plan, you know, replace a piece here, a piece there, so everybody gets equal shares, so to speak, of that pie. So, but, you know, we actually negotiated quite a bit for the Margaret Beeks piece of equipment. It was pretty much, it was probably about $160,000, and we've negotiated that price down or pared our piece of equipment down to this to get what they need. So, just, I hope that answers your question.
It helps.
Yes, ma'am.
It's still just shocking, the price for this, right?
Yes,
But
it is.
to understand some of the details behind it is better. And again, I would like the public, when they look at that, to understand also what's entailed with that. So, if, I don't know about you all, but I would like maybe pictures of some of the playground equipment that we do install, so that we would have a better idea of what these golden Taj Mahals that we're building look like.
Yes, I would be happy to do that for you. Also, I want to mention too that we're looking at a piece for Christiansburg Primary School at this point. I've been trying to arrange a meeting with the company representative to come in so we can meet with the principal. She's actually had a piece that's been broken for quite a while, so I'm working on getting that taken care of her. I think that was a board directive at one of our meetings to look into that, and we're moving down that road as we speak. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Board, any other questions or comments?
I agree. Thank you for saying that about the CPS piece of equipment, because that was going to be one of my next questions is, I know there's lots of schools in our county that probably need updated equipment, but we have done some remodeling at schools and then shared that didn't have the budget to finish the playground. So when we're spending on another elementary school, I'm sure they're thinking, well, what happened to us? So I appreciate you sharing that you are looking into that and others as well. So thank you so much.
And I do want to add, I want to thank Ms. Franklin for bringing the fact up that, you know, you're talking about $80,000, and, you know, I was kind of like even blown away by that, but understandably know what we need. But, you know, just for transparency in our community members to understand, again, you know, how much things cost now, how old our older playground equipment might be, and what we've been working with there. And I believe you said there was a piece that was broken. We don't want our kids climbing on broken playground equipment and getting hurt. So there's lots of things to consider there. But yeah, just having some more information to kind of show, you know, like what we're looking at now. And again, like I'm sure these companies that make these, with the liability part, the installation part, and with just the materials it takes now to build these, and what the cost has gone to for that as well.
And just to clarify, when I referenced Christiansburg Primary and that piece that's broken, we have actually went in and made it safe for the children.
I had no doubt.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just wanting to use that as kind of like a metaphor, saying, you know, our equipment needs, you know, we need to replace it. You know, we need to, so we don't have to keep fixing it. Yes. You know, but yeah, just kind of knowing that and some ideas, because I think we're all kind of blown away about how much things are nowadays, and we kind of keep forgetting, you know, what we were able to buy, you know, even pre-COVID. You know, the amounts have just catapulted astronomically. So it does make a difference at what we're looking at.
It is a bit of a sticker shock.
Yes,
when you
I'm
look at the
sure.
prices of that. Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Any additional, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to run off. Any additional questions? Thank you.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. Next up, do I have a motion to authorize a supplemental appropriation to the 2025-26 school operating budget in the amount of $790,000?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Gitchery and Ms. Franklin, any discussion? Okay, great. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. All right. Next up, policy policy 5-4.4 was originally presented to the board on July 29th with legal counsel as a first read. The policy was brought back on August 19th for approval with an approved motion to table the vote at that time. Policy was presented again on September 16th, adopting a revision to the policy up to and including item number 10. The school board is now asked to approve the remainder of the policy. Dr. Amanda Widener, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, is available for questions. And I think that when we left this, there were some questions that we had that we wanted some clarification to that was going to help us make this final decision. If you could speak to that.
Good evening, board members. At our last meeting, there were some questions and discussion over the motion to approve additional language to this policy. No public elementary or secondary school teacher shall be required to participate more frequently than once within 6 months of employment with MCPS and once every 5 years thereafter in any non-academic training activity. And there was some questions about the vagueness of what does non-academic training activity exactly mean. So we consulted with legal counsel and reached out to the VDOE to look for some additional definition of that. The definition of non-academic training activity, according to the VDOE, means that one, it is activity that is not related to instructional, academic, or curricular duties. That doesn't give us a great deal of additional information, but most trainings that we require of our staff do relate in some way to a teacher's instructional, academic, or curricular duties. So in communication with our legal counsel, we do seem to have a lot of flexibility in how we would apply that. In trying to address where this bill originated from, kind of what was the intent behind putting this language in, again, consultation with our legal counsel, it appears the intent was to help teacher retention. That was the goal, by keeping teachers in the classroom, to help school divisions focus on prioritizing their training and limiting training that might not be necessary or training that might not be tied to instructional, academic, and curricular duties. So again, most of the trainings that we require do connect to those things. Last time I mentioned our 8 evaluation standards that all of our licensed personnel are subject to. And when you look at those, Dr. Geacher, I know you had a question about code of conduct. So if although we're not required, we do review code of conduct with our teachers, usually through faculty meetings, not separate trainings. But code of conduct is certainly connected to classroom management, which is connected to Standard 5, instructional learning environment. So I think even with code of conduct, we can make a connection that it is related to instruction because it's related to classroom management. So I don't know if that answers all your questions, but
Thank you so much. So I did see some of the legal, the response from VDOE, which was basically just reaffirming what the code says. It didn't expand on that. So, so I know that the Republican delegate who first introduced this in 2023, there was a list of training that she was targeting, and one was the Student Code of Conduct. So it's within the legislative history of this change to the code to reduce, yes, to help with teacher retention. For me, training for Student Code of Conduct, I don't want it to be gray. That for me, I think the safety and security of our schools and our students needs to be paramount. And so if somebody looking at the legislative history objects to it, says, just look at the history. I don't need to do this training more than every 5 years. So I did reach out to Delegate Razul's office to get some clarification because he, as the chair of the Education Committee, I didn't get that response before the meeting, unfortunately. So unless there's something more concrete, I am not in favor of adding this provision unless there's more clarification. So if you want to table until we get that from the House, a member of the House of Delegates that can answer it, I'm okay with that. If you want to move forward, then I have to vote no, because I just think it's, with all the discipline cases that we see and all the issues that we're seeing right now, I'm not comfortable passing a policy that could be used to reduce training in the Student Code of Conduct, because we did have to respond to a survey, I think in response to the 2023 bill, where we tell them how often we do student code of conduct training. Is it once every year that we reported?
we don't offer it as a separate training, but it's something that principals review with their staff every year. I mean, teachers are expected to be familiar with the code of conduct. It actually references them and their responsibilities. So, you know, it's something that's typically reviewed in faculty meetings, and we don't consider faculty meetings training.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just saying, like, I know why this is being changed, and I have great pause at the reduction. I understand what you're saying of how it's implemented, but I'd like to know more, because there was other training that was targeted, not just student code of conduct, in the reduction. So, and some of it, someone could argue, oh, well, this is part of instruction, and that would be a very subjective call, I feel. But that's just my own take on this.
But again, there is a standard, an evaluation standard for all licensed personnel. It's Standard 5, which is learning environment, which has direct connections to classroom management and things that would pertain to code of conduct.
I don't disagree with you, but I think the delegate who targeted student code of conduct among other training would disagree with that, because it was specifically targeted among the types of training. They wanted to see that all reduced to, I don't know exactly all the reasons why, but one, to streamline licensure and get teachers into classroom. So I don't disagree with you, but that's not part of the history of the legislation. That's all I'm observing.
We can go around on this one. Ms. Parton?
So thank you, Dr. Widener, for answering some of the questions we had. I'm fine with proceeding with this, given the information that Dr. Widener has provided. I trust our administration to make sure that our code of conduct and everything else that our teachers need as far as trainings and reviews are done and up to date, even though they may not be seen as trainings. I know for a fact from other teachers how often they are updated and talked about and reviewed. So with that being said, I feel comfortable with moving forward with this policy this evening. Thank you.
Ms. Bond?
I'm comfortable with everything I've heard this evening as well, so I'm also in favor of moving forward and going ahead and voting for this.
Ms. Purcell?
I don't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Dr. Roundtree?
Do you have a list of the trainings that were being targeted in the original legislation, Dr. Guitry?
If you give me a moment, I could probably find that.
Yeah, so there's, one, thank you for doing the historical analysis of the legislation. I do not appreciate the vagueness that the VDOE and the legislature has passed down to local governments. I don't know I don't understand their intent or purpose with this legislation and the rule and the wording that the VDOE has provided and the guidance that they've provided. I'm still deciding on how I'm going to vote.
Ms. Franklin?
So my concerns were not addressed, and that is the vagueness of who decides what we need. Because I can see this very easily, as I've said in the last, 3 other times we have talked about this. Just because someone doesn't want to do implicit bias or bias training or competency training that is more than what we do, because we need it. Our data shows it with discipline, with academic achievement. There's some things that we need to be doing differently, and specifically with those groups of students. So I will never be able to vote for this language that is so subjective that all someone has to say is, oh, it says this in 5.5-4.4. So we shouldn't be required to do this. So why are we doing it? It doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't add anything to what I'm doing in my classroom or how I'm treating students. So, no, my concerns still have not been answered. So I will not be voting to approve this.
So I guess from what I heard from the administration that, it's, I guess, let me say what I thought I heard, and you tell me if I heard it correctly or not, that you don't believe that the trainings that we offer currently would be negatively impacted by this, that they'd all be able to be tied into our learning objectives and all this stuff anyway, right?
I don't see concerns with this limiting our current practices. To speak to your point, Ms. Franklin, where we have trainings and professional development related to culturally responsive teaching, if we have trainings looking at disproportionality related to student academic performance, that's easy to tie to academic duties. Culturally responsive teaching is an expectation within the standards by which teachers are evaluated. That's standard 6. So to me, it's these, if school divisions have the flexibility, if the purpose of this vague language was to give school divisions flexibility, the burden of proof just falls on us to make those connections.
Right.
So I think as long as we can make those connections, we can show that, yes, this is instructional, this is academic, this is curricular.
Right. So for me, it's kind of which battle do you want to fight, right? So if we adopt this and then we get challenged by a teacher, perhaps, right, who feels that based on this definition, they shouldn't be required to take this particular training, but we have legal advice that says it can all be tied back to our requirements, then that argument doesn't go anywhere, right? So I'm weighing that on this hand versus us refusing to adopt state code in our policies, right? Which is a bigger legal challenge. And our only rationale is vagueness, right? It's state code, right? We we're not being asked to do this because we want to, right? We're being asked to do it because it was passed in state code. So we're going to make non-compliant state code feels like a bigger risk. So for me, I'm comfortable with the administration being able and willing to justify the training that we're already doing.
So can I just respond to the two things? First, oftentimes with mandates, you're given a deadline which you need to implement. So by not doing it at this moment, it's not saying we are actively out of compliance intentionally, but we're trying to figure out how to change our policy, and we're given time to do that. So, so you did ask me. So this is what Delegate Batten wrote on her website to the original bill, HB 2457, prohibits any public elementary or secondary school teacher from being required to attend training sessions more frequently than once every 5 years for topics such as bloodborne pathogens, seizure and seizure disorders, student conduct, and mandatory testing. The bill also allows substitute teachers to fill vacancies for up to 180 days any school year. This provides a valuable opportunity for teachers to focus on what matters most, providing the best educational experience for students. So that's in response to Dr. Roundtree's question.
You said 2457, HB 2457?
Yeah, that's the 2023 bill. So it's the Senate that took it out in the 2025, but left the rest of the provision there and just has that, the vague language.
So when we're talking about state code and being in compliance and being aligned, it wasn't that far back in our history that the law said schools would be segregated. Then it said schools would be integrated. And there were folks who said, we're not doing it. And they didn't. And some did because they thought that was what we need to do. So just because someone is saying, oh, this is good, this is okay, for me, this sends up a red flag as to, no, it's not okay, because it's not defined well enough for us to understand exactly how this could impact things. So, no, history has shown me personally how things can be just disregarded or regarded and the impact that that can have on students' lives, because that's what it's about, the students.
Board, any other comments? Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt policy 5-4.4, licensed personnel professional growth, as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Parton and Ms. Bond. Any further discussion? Okay. Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
No.
Dr. Gitchery?
No.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
No.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
4 in favor, 3 opposed.
Motion carries. All right, next up, a proposed policy change to policy 6-6.2, student evaluation and grading, was presented as a first read on September 2nd. Additional information was requested at that time. Ann Mitchell, our Director of Elementary Education, will present feedback on third grade standards-based grading at this time.
Good evening, Chair Hudson, board members, and Dr. Graham. I will present some information to you and provide some follow-up information regarding our elementary grading policy. So the purpose of this evening, we will revisit our elementary grading policy. We're going to share our share follow-up information on current grading practices, present some stakeholder feedback, and provide a recommendation for board approval. Our overall goal here tonight is to make sure our grading practices reflect student learning, make sure this information is clear to our families, and they are aligned across the division. So our current grading practices so far for kindergarten and through second grade, we have implemented standards-based grading since 2019. Last year, for the 24-25 school year, we started standards-based grading for third grade. And we decided also to continue with traditional grading for grades 4 through 5 in order to prepare our students for our middle school transition. So we sent out a survey to our stakeholders. Those are the stakeholders that participated in the survey. And as you can see, most of the participation from our stakeholders were from parents. And we also see that we do have some input from our third grade teachers and school administration. Based on that stakeholder feedback, we had about 55.2% were in favor of continuing with standards-based grading, about 22.7% opposed, and about 21.4%, said maybe. We want to make sure that we're getting our voices from all stakeholders, and we want to make sure we do listen to voices from all. Some of the feedback that we received, some of the strengths of standards-based grading, some from parents. Some parents felt that standards-based grading, since they were familiar with it, with grades kindergarten through second grade, that it was less confusing if they continued it through third grade. Also, some parents felt that with standards-based grading, it shows what the child has mastered, where students need more support, and it also just gave them some input versus just showing a single grade average. Some parents felt that standard-based grading, they felt that it was reduced pressure. Instead of focusing on letter grades, students focus on learning instead of points. Also, with standards-based grading, they felt that over time, it highlights the child's progress, not just a final grade, which keep the focus on improvement and effort. However, there were some concerns, and some parents felt that it was harder to connect standards-based grading with everything that we have with our SOL results and also middle school preparation. Also, some felt that if we stuck with traditional grades, that was somewhat clearer. Some teacher feedback that we received. Teachers felt that with standards-based grading that it will pinpoint skills on what students have mastered and what students needed support on. Also with standards-based grading, there was an alignment as it connects instruction, assessment, and it's definitely our state standards are on those report cards. Also, there's a focus on learning. We're working on mastery and growth rather than averages of assignment. However, teachers did feel concerned that standards-based grading, it was time intensive and it requires frequent assessments. We went back and looked at data from 4th and 5th grade, and based on that feedback, we decided to continue with traditional grading there. Again, we want to make sure that those students are prepared for middle school. As a district, as a school board office, we felt that we need to continue to focus on professional learning for our teachers, make sure those who are implementing standards-based grading, if there's support that they need, we want to definitely provide that for them. We want to ensure that parent communication is out there, that our parents understand standards-based grading. We will continue to work on refining our assessments and our reporting tools, and as we need any feedback that we receive, we will along with our implementation process, if we need to monitor and adjust, we would definitely do that. But basically, our overall goal is to make sure that grading is meaningful for our students, teachers, and our families. And at this time, I want to know, do we approve updating the elementary grading policy to reflect our current practice? Our current practice right now, we have standards-based grading for grades kindergarten through second, and traditional grading, kindergarten through third, and traditional grading for grades 4 through 5. We want to make sure that our policy matches what we are doing in practice. It gives clarity to our families and support consistency across the division. And I'll leave it open for questions for you all.
Great, thank you so much for being here tonight and presenting. Yeah. School board, who has questions?
So,
Ms. Freeman. Yep.
So I just have one. So when, parents were concerned about transitioning from second to third grade, how are students prepared from third grade to what's going to happen once you get to the fourth grade?
It probably won't be a difference because it's still going to be a transition period. If we do standards-based grading, we will still have to educate our students and our parents and make sure they understand from standards-based grading to traditional practices. So I think it's still going to be a learning curve there, if I'm answering your question correctly.
Yeah, so how are we going to help them transition to that?
I think we can work on our curriculum team to make sure we provide that support. Usually, whenever we roll out something, we always roll it out. If we're explaining something, we will start with our principals and we present to them. We present that same information to our instructional coaches, and then we also present that information to our teachers, and eventually gets down to our families. But we try to share that information to all of our stakeholders, and that's what we would have to do. So, of course, I think we would have to work on a curriculum team, put something in writing, and make sure that same communication is presented to all stakeholders.
Okay, so like at the end of third grade, helping students understand next year, helping
Yes.
parents understand next year, it's going to look different. This is how things are going to be, and what that grading scale looks like, maybe in comparisons to the information that you're receiving about your child today.
Yes. And I think for, at some point, maybe at the end of the school year too, before they transition to the next grade, that we should already start that communication, have something in writing even before they get to the next grade, if that makes sense. Yes, ma'am.
Or we can go around if there's other comments. Dr. Roundtree?
Sure. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And it's it feeds right into my experience with standards-based grading. I think standards-based grading is an amazing tool that provides specific feedback to our students and parents on the educational development of our young children, and provides the ability for parents to target working with specific items that students may be falling behind in, and not focus on the ones that they're already excelling at. And I appreciate all of the teachers' time that they put into the standards-based grading program, because I know it is time consuming, because they have notes on all of the report cards saying why it is that the student is a 2 versus a 3, how they're meeting the standards. A lot of times on the back of the report cards, it even says what letters they're writing correctly, which ones they're writing backwards, all of that for every student, and that's a lot of work. And I just want to say I greatly appreciate all the work that those standard-based grading teachers are putting into their job.
Thank you.
Ms. Purcell?
Thank you so much for being here tonight, Ms. Mitchell. I do have a question. You have some supplemental information kind of at the end of your presentation about other divisions that use it within the Commonwealth, and how it's implemented throughout the country. Do you know typically like which grades do use standards-based, and when it phases out, is this kind of normal to say in the younger grades, it works as a tool like Dr. Roundtree explained, but it kind of needs to be phased out in upper elementary, middle? Like what seems to be the sweet spot of it
Yeah,
working and not working
most
anymore?
divisions that I saw was kindergarten through second grade.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Bond?
Thank you so much for your presentation and explaining everything. I appreciate it, and sounds like a good plan to move forward with. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Pardon?
Thank you so much, Ms. Mitchell. Appreciate all the information and doing the survey and everyone that took the survey. And it does look like over half were in favor of continuing the grading system. So my concern is with what we've seen in our SOL scores with our students lately. I'm trying to figure out how we cannot do this to help catch our students. The younger we can catch them having issues and problems, the better. I've witnessed some things when I've been looking through some different student type of material. I have found myself questioning some of the reading, some of the writing, and how are we doing this when we're in this grade and this grade? And I've always been concerned about students falling through the cracks. So I see this as being beneficial to that. And I know, like Dr. Roundtree has pointed out, it does take time for the teachers to write all those notes, but they're so important. And they mean so much to the parents because I remember getting them, and I remember having report cards with all of that written on there. And, it just gives you a peace of mind and lets you know what you need to work on and where your student's at. And I'm going to ask you for your opinion on something.
Okay.
So you were a principal at FBE and you were at the elementary level.
Yes.
So you were seeing students transition from this level to elementary. How important do you think this is, seeing those students go with this grading to your level? I don't know if you witnessed, you think they're positive, anything negative, or your input on that because you were in there and you saw these students and their achievements and if there were any problems that needed to be addressed. So I'd love to have your feedback on that.
Yes. Well, I really didn't see problems, but I would like to give kudos to teachers as I go to schools and visit. We have some things that are in favor for us. We have a new core reading program that's rigorous. And we also have adopted a new math program that's rigorous. So I think with our good Tier 1 whole group instruction, that's been a strength throughout the division. Also within the division, we also do interventions and enrichment. So we basically take students where they are and either give them the support they need or take them to the next level. So I think those practices in place, no matter what we do, I'll stand here and support our teachers and be behind them. They're going to do what's right for our students. So I'm not going to say it's standards-based grading or traditional grading. I'm going to say our teachers do what our students need, and that's what I've seen, and our principals back that support as well. They turn in these master schedules, and when we have our elementary meetings with our instructional coaches and principals, they're all on board for making sure students don't fall through the crack. And we have some good things. I know this is not really standards-based grading, but we have some things in practice now where we're doing literacy walks. We're doing more curriculum meetings with our special education department. So we see students falling through the cracks, but we're working in the background. Everyone is working very hard to make sure we're not doing that.
And I have no doubt, and I wanted to give you some bragging rights tonight. So
Yes.
thank you for
Yes,
mentioning
ma'am.
all of
Thank
that.
you.
And I appreciate all your work on this
Yes,
and all the information with everyone involved. So
Yes.
thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Dr. Guidry?
Thank you. I appreciate the deep dive here, and I want to talk about SOLs in a moment. So can we pull up the teacher feedback from the slide deck? So I had an opportunity I talked to a third grade teacher, was it last year or the year before? Maybe it was last year, and they had expressed concerns about the standards base, and it didn't have to do with how much time it was taking It was more of what it means day to day in the classroom, and it's how does it incentivize or disincentivize students from turning in work. And so that kind of put it in on my radar. And as you know, I asked for the survey results because for me, I want to know what the different communities, constituencies are saying, or the different communities or different people who are touched by this in different ways. And for me, teacher feedback is really, really important. I want to hear from the teachers. And when I look at the results from the teachers and the school administrators, and I look through all the feedback, and in both of those categories, either the no's or maybes outnumbered the yeses. And one of the things that surprised me was when I looked at this, the teacher feedback, the only concern that was mentioned here is time intensive and requires frequent assessment. But when I read the feedback in the survey from the teachers, they talk about a number of concerns that they have or problems they have with the standards base. And so I was a little surprised because I was like, that's not what I'm reading in the feedback from those third grade teachers. And one of the things that comes up over and over in the feedback from them, and also one of the administrators, is about concerns about the SOL testing and, you know, sending, one of the administrators said it sends a mixed signals because, you know, we have these more rigorous SOL standards that are coming down the pike. So we have this on one side, but on the other hand, we're de-emphasizing those objective measures and those grades. And so for me, I don't know how you want to respond to that, but when I'm seeing the teacher feedback, I'm not seeing glowing yes. I'm seeing apprehension of or no with a lot of reasons why. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, when I collected the data, I saw it about half and half. You had about half that was for it and about half that were not for it. For principal feedback, I had, again, I had about half and half. Some that wanted it and some that didn't want it. And, you know, throughout this whole process, even last year when we received feedback, you know, you still have a strong population that do feel about all the background work. And even though some of them put yes, I did read some of their comments too, and some of their comments were, you know, strong, and I wanted you all to have those, so when you made those decisions. So I acknowledge some of those.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So are there teachers that are currently giving both letter grades? Because it sounded like that there are teachers who are responding from parents' requests that they get letter grades as well as standard-based grading, because I saw some of that in the comments. Is that still happening?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay. So I appreciate the additional context, but for me, like, I want to know what the teachers say, and so I'm not in favor of making the change because what I'm seeing, their feedback does give me pause, and if it were more ringing endorsement, I would definitely approve it.
Okay. That's fair.
Okay, board, any more questions for Ms. Mitchell? Okay, great. Do I have a motion to approve this proposed policy change to the elementary grading policy as presented?
Second.
Ms. Franklin and Ms. Parton. Any more discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery?
No.
Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
6 in favor, 1 opposed.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. Last on our list of the action items for tonight, the administration is seeking approval from the school board for Montgomery County Public Schools to partner with the Community Health Center of the New River Valley to establish a school-based health clinic at Eastern Montgomery High School. So if you remember, they presented a while back. We agreed to move forward to continue to investigate, to explore the space, all the stuff. So now all that stuff is kind of worked out. We have a letter of intent before us tonight in order to continue to proceed forward. Do I have a motion to approve the school division to sign a letter of intent to partner with the Community Health Center of the New River Valley?
Yes.
Yes, so moved,
What?
yes.
Dr. Roundtree and Ms. Parton. Any discussion?
A couple of months ago, I had asked the question related to this. I think it's a wonderful opportunity, but talking with a couple of our nurses, they didn't understand how this would impact them. And I asked for that information a few months ago. What would their responsibilities be in a building where the clinic was at? What would that look like? And even suggested maybe they would be able to tour one of the clinics in one of the other districts so that they would have a better idea. Did any of that happen? Does anybody know?
I think Amanda has researched this. Dr. Widener?
At this point, we haven't scheduled a meeting with nurses. Part of the process in moving forward would be to work with our lead nurse and their team to work out a referral process, because both students and staff can be eligible to utilize the school clinic, but for our students in the buildings, there would be a referral process. That referral process would come through our school nurses.
So the question was beyond just referral. It would be, so they refer, a student comes in or employee comes in, they're not feeling well, they just automatically refer them to the clinic. They don't do anything to aid those individuals like they would normally do, maybe in their capacity now.
If there are services that can be addressed within the school clinic in the building, they wouldn't be referred. But if there's more medical attention that's needed, that would require them to see somebody else, whether that is for medical reasons, dental cleanings, because that's part of the services that the clinics are offered. And then through this, there's a grant that the Community Health Center is looking to apply for. It could also extend additional mental health services. So again, depending on the nature of what the issue is, would dictate whether or not a student needs to be referred to the clinic. One thing the clinic can provide, for example, are vaccinations. That's not something currently that is done within our school nurse offices.
So that's answered some of my questions, but still, for our nurses, they were just concerned, what would really be the impact? Would at some point, if we could have a clinic in every building, would we start eliminating the need to have our nurses in the building? Or their hours would be diminished? What is this gonna look like?
I see this as this was additional resources and support to our school nurses, because we're probably not going to see the ability to put a school clinic in every building. Most school divisions that have done this have one centralized school clinic where they transport students and staff from all locations, because it's going to offer more extensive services. So it's not meant to replace our school nurses. It simply offered another layer of resource and support for students who have needs that are greater than what our school nurses can provide to them.
That was more along of what I think I wanted to hear, and maybe our nurses wanted to hear too. So thank you.
Yeah, we would definitely see this as a partnership with our school nurses.
Okay, great. Board, any other questions or comments?
And would the visits largely be appointment-based?
Yes.
In
Yes.
most
So part of the
cases?
referral process is setting up appointments, and getting students there. It could be that day, it could be later that week. And then, of course, another part of the referral process is communication with the parents. So the school nurses might be involved in coordinating that communication, but that's another key element. We did have a chance, Dr. Brown and I recently visited the school clinic in Pulaski County. And they have, they also offer the dental services. And they said they see probably 20 students a day there for dental services.
Is there any opportunity perhaps for the clinic to still be able to operate in the summer on days when school's not in session to provide services, or would it only be when school is in session?
That's a great question, and I can certainly find out more about that and bring that up. My understanding is that it's meant to operate during the school day. But I can ask that question of Ms. Bronze and say, do they have the capacity to have extended hours either outside the school day or during the summertime?
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I did have one question, and I'm very much in favor of this, is currently, what reporting requirements that do nurses have that we would want to make sure that in this partnership that would carry over? Because I know that nurses can be called upon to address kind of critical situations. I know that there's a referral process here, but has the administration thought through that aspect? And maybe there's nothing to think through, because I'm not in the weeds with what nurses are required to, like if they see what they might see when a student comes in that might flag, okay, I need to reach out, I need to report this to X agency or to the superintendent. Is this too vague?
I think the first step is typically nurses reach out to parents, when there's a health concern or a question, the communication would be with the parents. And so if there's a desire to refer to the community-based school clinic, it would be reach out to the parents and say, we have this resource, can I set up an appointment?
Okay. So I guess what I'm thinking of, like, let's say a child comes in and is referred to the clinic, and at the clinic, there are some red flags, like maybe this child is not being taken care of properly. They wouldn't necessarily reach out to the parent right away, but if they had concerns, or if a student comes in, because this could be a high school student, let's say, a student comes in and starts talking about, maybe an inappropriate relationship, and they basically report sexual abuse. Do our nurses have, they have reporting requirements?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, in that handoff, what requirements need to be passed off to make sure, because we've seen discipline cases that have been questioned when NRC, I'm going to get the acronym wrong. There have been questions about the coordination. So I'm wondering about, in this agreement with them, and I'm assuming this is very similar to the other ones that they have, but it's just something that I thought about. If we're passing students off, what reporting requirements do our nurses have, and would that carry over in the agreement?
I mean, our nurses would follow any reporting requirements, like whether that's a report to a DSS concern. I mean, they would follow their normal standard operating procedures. If the question is, would this agency utilize those same organizations? They're medical professionals, so I would assume they would follow whatever legal parameters that, they're bound to as well. I don't know if that answers your question.
Not exactly. I didn't know if there are certain requirements of our nurses, because of their position and relationship to our students, that if they see certain things, they need to report it. Does that
our nurses are mandated to report if they see child abuse or things like that? They're mandated reporters as well. So our nurses would remain as mandated reporters, and if they went to a clinic, the nurse there would also be a mandated reporter.
Okay, I just didn't know if there was an area that, I just wanted to make sure that whatever reporting is required of nurses, either through the agreement or inherent in the services they provided, would be, wouldn't be extended. So that's the only
Yeah,
question I have.
I think actually it would just add an extra set of eyes. If our nurse missed something and they went to the clinic, there would be another set of eyes.
Okay, thank you.
Us both would be mandated to report.
Okay.
I've just kind of been jumping around here. Ms. Parton, anything to add?
I am so excited about this opportunity for all of our students, and especially, all of our students in all of our districts, but especially my district, because I know there have been issues there with families, and I know that some of them have told me how excited they are and appreciative to hear that this is coming. I want to jump on the mandate part because I'm thinking, Dr. Graham, I think even our teachers are mandated. If they see something, you have to say something. So,
correct.
I think we could probably cover that base as far as making sure that our students and our children are safe and, taken care of, just doesn't fall on our nurses, but falls on, all of our employees as well, if I'm correct in saying that.
You are correct. Sometimes a nurse will see something that a teacher doesn't.
Exactly.
Simply because they're looking for scrapes and bruises anyway.
Right. So, thank you.
Ms. Bond?
I too think this is a fantastic thing. When we got a presentation, I was very much thrilled to see this coming. I do believe that exactly what Dr. Widener is saying, it's a different level. What our nurses do are, I think, something and very appreciative of what they do. But from what I hear from our nurses, sometimes they can get a little overwhelmed with the amount of students that need their care. And I think what the clinic provides, from what I understood from the presentation, is what a different level as to a doctor's office is going to provide. Something that's not just what a student would go see our school nurse for. Like you said, it's a different level. Now, I might be wrong, but that's, to my opinion, what I understood. So I agree, 2 sets of eyes is fantastic. We couldn't make it without our school nurses, and I don't think we want to, and I don't think we're trying to. But I still welcome the clinics coming for those families that, and I understood this completely, trying to work and get your kids to the doctor when they need to for something like an ear infection or something that could help, and you don't have to take that day off to do it. So I think it's fantastic.
And Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Your mic, although I don't know that.
Sorry. So I'm so excited about this. Taking care of children's basic needs, feeding them, providing health care, so our students are set up to be successful in our school system. Who would have thought that you can feed and provide health care to children? So I do have some basic questions because I think that there are some details as far as what some of my statements that I just made about providing health care. So if a student is covered by Medicare or Medicaid or private insurance, then the clinic bills the insurances appropriately. Mm-hmm. Are there also co-pays or other payments, or if for some reason the student were to be non-insured, are there fees associated with the care, or is the care covered are all the costs of the care covered for these young people?
That's a great question. I will get a definitive answer for you on that, but based on the conversations we had, it's that students who do not have health insurance are generally covered under Medicaid or Medicare, so there's no fees there. They didn't mention anything about fees, and then if students do have insurance, it's just filed through the insurance. So I never heard any mention of co-pays, but I can confirm that that's the case.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. One day we'll feed and provide health care to all of our children.
Okay, great. And I'm obviously super excited about this as well. I'm glad we've been able to kind of keep this moving forward. And it's up here for a vote with the LOI tonight. So that is awesome. I don't have any other questions. Any other questions, board?
And again, the letter of intent that you would be approving tonight, that enables the Community Health Center to move forward in applying for a grant. So again, that grant that they're eligible for, they have to have an indication that there's a school division that's willing to partner with them.
That's great.
And then down the road, as we get more closer, there would be we would establish an MOU.
Makes sense. Awesome. And we have a motion and a second. So, right? Yep. Then Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond,
Yes.
Ms. Franklin,
Yes.
Dr. Gitchery,
Yes.
Ms. Parton,
Yes.
Ms. Purcell,
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree,
Yes.
Mr. Hudson,
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion carries. All right, board, that gets us through all of our action items for tonight. Does anybody need a break, or are we ready to keep going? All right, I like it. All right, next up, a first read of the budget calendar for FY 26-27 is available for the board's discussion. Calendar will be brought back on October 21st for approval. October 21st for approval. Angie Bland, our Director of Finance, is available for questions. Any questions on that there calendar?
So my question is not so much on the calendar, but of a term that has been changed over the last couple of years or so, and that is the superintendent's statement of needs. This has always been the superintendent's budget, and I think that adds to more confusion about what's going on. The superintendent presents their budget to the school system, and if it's a needs-based budget, then it's a needs-based budget, not a statement of needs. And then once we want to make any changes, or we may accept it as it is, once we vote on it, it becomes the board's budget. And I think if we go back to the terminology we have been using for decades, it might be a little less confusing.
Do we know where that statement of needs language came from? Because I agree with Ms. Franklin. Oh. Okay.
Good evening. The term superintendent statements of needs, I believe, has been in place for the last 2 years. It may have been superintendent driven, that may have been the way that Dr. Bregan at the time wanted to present the budget to the board. We look at that as a starting point, and that's something that we present to the board through the superintendent, and of course the board will discuss and build on that. But we can certainly change the name of that. It's not set in stone by any means, so we're happy to change the name of that report, and happy to change the directives and how you'd like to see that presented as well.
As we go around tonight with feedback, let's weigh in on that if the board is in favor of making that change.
I'm in favor of making that change.
See, Dr. Roundtree.
For clarity, that's to make the change to superintendent's budget from superintendent's statement of needs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm fine with that change as well. Yeah, and I think just some a good starting point for the budget is all of the things that we had in our budget last year, and then what we need in addition. Is my only comment about the budget.
Ms. Purcell?
I feel comfortable moving away from statement of needs to budget if it's a little more clear about what it is. Ms. Bland, after our joint meeting and the presentation that you did along with the county, do you kind of feel like this outline does the best that it can to both work within the confines of what the state requires and their budget process?
We are as comfortable with it as we can be. It's a moving target, as we know. It's difficult with when the state provides updated information and when we're required to get that information over to the county. But we'll just continue to do our best and get it as soon as possible. Our main directive is getting it to you and giving you plenty of time, to evaluate that and, add needs, change needs, whatever that may be, and of course meet the county deadlines. But at this point, we feel comfortable with it. There are several dates in here that we say if needed. It's possible that you don't need to have every budget meeting on there, but we did allow for several, once we receive some information back from the county, once the tax rate and everything is set, there may need to be some additional meetings prior to being able to set a budget for consideration.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Bond?
I'm fine with changing it back to budget. I do think that helps people to understand what direction we're moving in. Thanks.
Ms. Barton?
So I am fine as well with the name change back to budget, because it is our budget. And I do want to say that I deeply appreciate the Board of Supervisors meeting with us jointly to go over our budget discussion, and it has provided a lot of insight for me and hopefully the rest of the board on their process and how their process and our process can work together better to get things more transparent and to try to explain things to one another so we can maybe see things more clearly. And I think we have always discussed at possibly starting those discussions earlier rather than later. So I'm all for, the earlier we can start, the better. However, I do know that we are restricted by dates and that things change a lot because they have since I've been on the board. But we've always been good at being able to work with those date changes and sometimes even amount changes from the state. So, and that's all due to you guys and your help and our administration. So thank you for all of your help with that as well. So thanks so much.
Dr. Guidry?
Thank you. I don't have any opinions about the change of the name. I guess one of the questions I had was for Ms. Franklin. I think last year when we had this conversation about the calendar, I think it was you had urged the administration to have a conversation with the board, to have a board conversation about the budget earlier in the year to set priorities. Am I remember that correctly, that you had, because that sounded like a good idea to me, was that the board have a conversation about priorities and that informs the discussions that the superintendent has with the administration so that there's less negotiation in that tight schedule that they have in the spring. Am I remembering that correctly?
Call that around the budget, but I do recall that it's a good idea, around the calendar, when we went back and forth with the calendar, and the board had not set their priorities for the calendar. Mm-hmm. And the committee proceeded, and then it was like, well, no, that's not what we want. So, yeah. But I like your idea about this budget also, calendar.
Has the board done that in the past, or is this process basically what has always been the case?
My experience, this has pretty much been the case. So I know we had a speaker tonight that was encouraging board members to talk individually with the superintendent, but in most cases, those conversations do happen with the superintendent just organically, because budget is the big thing that we do, and we all have things that we're looking at to improve. Just as through the years, we have talked about, this is a budget issue, we need to address it during budget. One of those is how we pay our support staff. I'll just keep throwing that out there. So those are the kinds of conversations that help you all drive your presentation to us with the superintendent's budget. Yeah. So, the more conversation, the better. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if it's possible to have a board conversation on the 21st when we approve, because I know we're going to return to this and approve. But it makes sense to me, but if this is the process that the division has always used and the majority of the board thinks that we should wait to weigh in until this, we've received the budget from the superintendent, I'll go with the will of the board.
For me, one of those things that helps drive my conversation around the board is the presentations we get from our employees. So I prefer waiting till after we get those presentations, because they're doing it and they have a better perspective than what we do at this point.
And I was going to add that meeting is an opportunity for us to weigh in as well, right? We're going to hear from the employee groups at that point. That's our first opportunity to react to what we've heard and kind of add our own opinions into that. But I agree with Ms. Franklin on that. I think hearing from those groups is an important first step for us. It's not to say that, it's not to say that we'll have a December meeting as well. It's not to say that that meeting we couldn't have an additional conversation, right? So.
Yeah, I think I would like it at that point in time. I think probably the December meeting is probably better, but we could do it at the November 11th meeting. Having an item on the schedule that is us to discuss board priorities for the budget.
Sure. That would make sense.
But this is, I guess we could put that on on this calendar too. This is the administration's calendar. We can put things in our meeting schedule as long as we all agree.
Will we rather the board put that on our agenda for that meeting, or or do we also want it on this calendar as well, since it impacts you as well?
We can do both.
Okay.
We can add that for when it's presented again for approval on the 21st. We'll be glad to add that to the December meeting, and then it can just be added to the agenda. And it can be done however, you could just be a general discussion.
Yeah, sure.
If you want a presentation, we'd be happy to put something together as well.
Okay. I think that makes sense, because the next time we will see it will be at the first meeting in January, right? So it's really our last opportunity to make sure that everything is getting into that thing that we're going to then see in the next month. So
it would be beneficial to us as well.
Mm-hmm.
And just since I recommended the first meeting in December rather than the first meeting in November, does that give you all enough time to respond for the January meeting?
It does. Unfortunately, it's pretty late in December when we receive the governor's recommendation for our budget. So it's generally over that winter break that we're crunching numbers and working pretty closely with the superintendent to do that. So the December meeting would be great. That's perfect timing, actually, for us.
All right, thanks.
I would just add, I like the idea of that early December, because I remember of the presentations from the employee groups, that took some time to go through all the groups, and I think it was important for us to be able to ask them questions. And I wouldn't want our conversation to overshadow that important feedback that we get from them. So it makes sense to me for us to have our conversation after we've heard from them, and allow us some time to gather some information as well before we have our conversation with the board.
Okay, great. So it sounds like I'm hearing, at our December dates, in here, which I'm sure some of you already know, but it looks like that's December 2nd. So add that in here as another milestone for the board discussion around prioritization.
Do that.
Great. Any other comments on the calendar board? It's just a first read tonight, right? That's
Yep.
okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, actually, we have a couple of different committee first reads here. So first up, the proposed 25-26 committee membership for the School Health Advisory Board is available for the board consideration. This item will be brought back on October 21st for approval. Jason Gerritsen, our Director of Student Services and Safety, is available for questions if needed.
I have a question. I'll wait for Jason. Mr. Gerritsen to come up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. So I'm a big proponent of our advisory committees, as you know. I have a question. When was the last time, I know that last year there was a revision to our policy when and there was input from the board. When was the last time the board actually presented to the school board?
The board as a whole has not presented to the school board in the 5 or 6 years I've been at central office. So I don't know a last time that the board came forward. We provide a written report at the end of every year, but we haven't had a formal presentation since I've been the chairperson.
Okay, great. So I went to VDOE and I was like, what is this board supposed to do? 'Cause if it's a school, if we approve the board, I was like, I should have some idea. And I did notice a couple of things. And one of the things I noticed is it gives a whole list of different categories for representation that they suggest. And we do a pretty good job, but we're not as broad as the recommendation. And another thing that I noticed is that it does suggest in here that annually that the board actually report to the school board. So I think that would be a good idea because my view is that the reason why these are board appointed is so that those boards can advise the school board. And I would love to see that happen. And that's not to take away at all what's happening behind the scenes, but I think I would like us to kind of live up to the expectations for that board. I don't know, some of you who have more history here can speak to it, but so the different categories, I mean, there's a long brochure. It's pretty all-encompassing, but like students and then also other outside agencies, not only health agencies. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Sure. We like to have community organization type representatives. You can see some of those on there on the list. We do have representatives from the health department in our VCS. Student is always a tough one. We had a really good student who served on our committee for the last several years. He graduated, so we lost him. So certainly any student out there that is interested or listening, we'd love to have some student representation. I think you're going to see that for many of our committees. The student voice can be hard to get sometimes for these meetings. We'd love to have that. We have had some other community agencies in the past who this time around, chose to step away. We do have a good core group that comes back year after year, but certainly we're pulling from the list that is put out. The division puts out an interest survey, and I'm always happy to add other expertise around the topic of wellness.
Okay.
And I think we're happy to give the report too, sir, if that's the will of the board.
Yeah, that'd be, I think, great. Yeah, when I went through the list, I was like, I wouldn't have imagined, but it makes sense. So, includes religious organizations and local government officials. Like there's a whole list of about, I don't know, 30 different kinds of individuals that you might bring and have on the board. So I'd like to see a little broader representation, so it's not just a couple of professionals and parents, in addition to MCPS school board employees.
Happy to have that diversity too, and certainly board members, if you have representatives, you have my email address and can send them my way. I think also though in the code, I think it also caps this committee at 20.
Yeah.
Which seems unusual.
Right, there's no way you could have all, represent all of those, but I don't know if the rest of the board has a feeling about how that board should report to the school board, but I'd like to see that happen.
Okay, but let's go around and certainly weigh in on if you have comments on the committee itself, but in particular the notion of having this group present to us. Ms. Parton?
Thank you, Mr. Garrettson. I have always made the comment that I would like to see broader representation on some of these committees. However, I have been told and do know from several years that I've been on the board that getting volunteers and people to be on committees is extremely difficult. And I know you guys go out of your way to try to get as much of a diverse and people on there that are from different onsets, mindsets on the committee and with their profession and outside organizations. So I will still continue to work on that. Like I said, I know it's hard to get volunteers. People are extremely busy and have a lot going on. But as right now, we usually always have a higher representation as far as parent and community-wise in the Blacksburg and Christiansburg areas due to possibly size. But we have been getting better with some more of our Auburn and Eastmont districts, so I'm good with how it looks right now. Thank you.
And how about for them to report to us?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yep.
Yes, I don't know when or what time of year that, I'm not sure, like, when your meetings are and, like, what you go over as to when you think would be the best time to report to the board. If we're doing it annually, once a year, so I'm going to leave that. That would be fine with me to get a report, but I think that part of it, I'm not going to ask you to do it at a certain time because I think you all know what would be the better time to present that information, and I'll leave that information up to you all.
Ms. Bond?
I kind of agree with that. I'm fine with finding out the information as long as it doesn't put an extra burden onto the committees, because we are entrusting, and when we talk about the calendar committee, we fuss if we don't, take what they said, because we've put that committee together, so I don't look at any of the other committees any differently. Now, if it's something that they feel strongly that they want to make sure that we're aware of what's happening, I'm fine. I just think if they're good enough to give their time to sit on a committee, then we need to give them a little bit of gratitude on how and where they want to express what they found and come to us and report. And so once a year, I'm fine with, but on their timetable.
Great. Ms. Purcell?
So just to be clear, what we already get is a written report that you bring us, Mr. Garrettson, and what we're asking for is the committee to present annually?
I'm just reading the guidance from VDOE. It talks about the annual report. And do you submit that annual report to the school board?
I provide it to division administration. I do think in this last year's report, there were a couple times we maybe floated it forward on a board agenda and the agenda was too busy.
Yeah.
And again, it's a written report. The board certainly can review it at your leisure.
Yeah.
If you would like members of the committee, if you would like And again, to Ms. Bond's point, it wouldn't necessarily have to be everybody, but if you want a voice other than Jason's to speak to the committee, we could make that happen.
I think that's what the recommendation is from VDOE, is that in addition to writing up that report, that they report to the board as well. It's not that I don't want to hear from you, but
Understand.
I think empowering those boards, those advisory committees, and that they can, I mean, it's once a year, to be able to present to the board, I think is a good thing. So I'm just reading from the VDOE guidance on that board.
I mean, I think it's easy enough to send us a copy of the report, even if there is no, so that we're informed whenever that comes along. I think my thought process is maybe a little more aligned with Ms. Bond's in that it's asking a lot of people who are already volunteering for a committee to, to come out and work them in our agenda, and time and again, there's been feedback from this board about the length of meetings, and there's a lot of other things that we need to take care of. So kind of just thinking about that concern as well. I don't necessarily have strong feelings about the School Health Advisory Committee presenting to us unless they really feel moved for us to take some action. So thank you, Mr. Garrettson.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the sentiment by Ms. Purcell and Ms. Bond. I don't know that we need them to come and present. If they want to come and present, we are more than willing to have them. But many times the presentations, you have active volunteers that are going to have to present at 10 o'clock at night. The reports, I think we've been talking about this several times. The reports should be put on board docs on the agenda just for review. And we say that we received them so that the public sees the reports. We've talked about this with many different items that we don't have to necessarily have a presentation for, but it's good to have the material available. I think we should encourage that more. But yeah, I would be okay with the presentation at the committee's request, but I can read their report and having it online so that in an easy place to reach where people that pay attention to meetings would know to go look for it would be good.
Ms. Franklin?
So, I don't like long meetings either, but I also understand the value of having people come and speak to you who have actually put in the work to help put these things together, and for the community also to hear from them too, especially one related to our safety audit. So I would be in favor of getting that report. It doesn't have to take all night long, and only one, maybe two people who would like to say, yes, this is the work that we did, come and talk to us about it. And then maybe we might have some questions, maybe not.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's kind of a broad range here, but yeah, I mean, I'm certainly in favor of hearing from this group if they have stuff that they want to present. Certainly, we need to make sure it gets on the agenda one way or another, and if it didn't get there this year, then apologies. But in whatever form it takes, so that the community is aware and we can have a chance to discuss. So, I mean, I guess I'm not of the opinion to mandate them to present, but I think if this group wants to present to us, we'll absolutely make sure that we make that time for them.
It's the board's committee. We'll do as you guys direct.
There you go.
What was that, Ms. Franklin? I couldn't hear you.
I'm not sure where that leaves you guys.
Where did we land with this?
it seems that it's the will of the board not to. I guess we could. It doesn't mandate that they have to do it in person. It just says report. So I think I agree with Chair Hudson that we just allow them to do it in person if they want to, but at least to submit a report to the board. I'm fine with that.
Okay. Don't go anywhere.
But yeah, just kind of the last comment about that is, I think it's important that we make sure that our committees know that we are available for them to present to us.
Yes.
That if they want to present to us, we have the time to listen.
Absolutely.
Needs-based, and if they want to present, we're going to make time to let them present to us.
That's right. Yeah, that's a better way of making my point, because I don't want to force them to present necessarily, but absolutely. We'd love to hear from them if they want to come. Okay, great. Next up, the proposed 25-26 committee membership for the School Safety Audit Committee is available for the board's consideration. This item will be brought back on October 21st for approval. Jason Garrettson is available again for questions if needed.
Okay, so this one I feel, I'm going to say more passionately about, but so 2 years ago, I remember even before, it was after I got elected, I asked about this committee and the makeup of the committee. And then again last year, because the way that I read the statute on this is that it's not just supposed to be a liaison committee between the local law enforcement and the central office. So I'm just going to press the point again that it says once the committee should have on it law enforcement, yes, parent teachers, emergency service agencies, local community service boards, and judicial and public safety personnel. So I know it's difficult to get people to serve on committees, but I don't think that this is adequate, personally, looking at that list and what the importance of the work of that committee and what it's expected to do. I'd like to see broader membership. But it did raise one question in my mind. There was a big blow up in the spring about the SSO programming and our budget. Did this committee vet that proposal? Were they part of that?
Yes, sir. We had discussion around that topic. I believe we met 4 times that year, and at least 2, I can say with certainty, at least 2 and maybe even 3 agendas contained discussion around that topic and the ongoing discussion with the various boards involved in the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So another thing I did notice here is that that audit committee shall review the complete school safety audits and submit any plans as needed for improving school safety to the division superintendent for submission to the local school board. So when do we get that from the committee?
I don't think we've made a lot of specific recommendations to the board. I believe we had a discussion not too long ago that I guess the last formal safety presentation was a couple years ago. We have worked, I think, with the board to discuss some safety initiatives coming out of ESSER money from time to time, but a formal report, Dr. Guitry, no, sir, not anytime recently. The Virginia School Safety Audit, the whole process is about a 5-step process that includes climate surveys. It includes your approval and authorization of our crisis plans each year. I think the idea of the safety audit can be very confusing because it does pull in teacher input through the climate survey, student input through the student survey. But also, to your point, we also use this group as our kind of safety liaison team, and we will discuss pretty regularly things in this group that would not be made for public consumption.
Right.
So it's tricky, but again, I think similarly to our earlier discussion, if the board is looking for a more formalized report or more formalized recommendations, we certainly can provide it.
Yeah.
But this is also the team that plans your all your various drills throughout the school year, your lockdown drills. We come back and follow up on strengths and weaknesses after every drill. We debrief a lot of actual incidences, bus accidents, things like that. Like, we'll debrief on this team. There's a lot going on in this team that in a lot of ways, from a safety standpoint, does kind of need to be held very close to the vest. But certainly a presentation or a recommendation or report, if that's the board's will, we can easily provide that.
Yeah, I appreciate that because, and I understand they're protected even from FOIA, that they're, and I fully appreciate the need for that security of some of the work, but looking at the broader membership and what they're asked to do, it just made me recall that, I have no idea what we were doing proactively to make our schools safer. And I know that parents will ask questions about, when we're doing the renovations, what kind of protections are being added. But I was like, I feel like the board should know more about what's being done. And so I think that there is a way to do that while still maintaining the necessary privacy to speak to your point, but I'd like to know more.
We can do that.
Thank you.
We'll go around on this one again. I'll change the order up. Ms. Franklin? Okay. Dr. Roundtree?
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Guitri's points that we need to have some more representation from the community on this board. It should not just be the school board office and the law enforcement agencies. So that's it.
Ms. Purcell?
I'm fine for now. Thank you.
Ms. Bond?
I'm fine right now as well.
Ms. Parton?
So a lot of these people that I'm seeing, I think have served on this for quite a while, with the exception of some new ones on our side. They've done a phenomenal job of keeping our schools safe and our students. I think if we're looking at wanting to add more diversity and more community members into it, you're going to have two separate safety groups because of the information you just relayed. So there's going to be an informational part, and then there's going to be a part of where we go over things within our school system to protect our students that needs to stay within the members of this particular group. So I think if we're looking at adding more community people to it, then there would certainly need to be two separate committees, I would think.
If I may, several years ago, we did have some, particularly parents. I recall, I don't know that we had a student, but we did have some parents that we kind of had on the team, and it was kind of a situation where we would bring you guys in where and when we could, but we almost always ended up having to exclude them. And so, to your point, as I picture and think through this in my head, again, we do, and this committee actually meets a little more frequently because we typically continue to meet through the summer. So we're looking more like probably 5 meetings a year. I begin to think, do we end up saying like every other meeting is the whole group? And if that's the board's will, it's going to take a little thought on our part. And again, it's your committee. So we will meet the expectations of the board.
Well, for me, I'm fine with it the way it is. So thank you.
Yeah, I guess for me, I'm fine with the makeup of the committee because I totally understand the challenges of trying to make it different, right? It's either two different committees or it's alternating scopes of these meetings, right? I do like the idea, though, of some kind of periodic report back to the board just on general safety measures being considered, right? Again, generalized in a way that isn't specific in order to protect, the aspects that are important there. But, I do think that our parents and community care about safety, and, a lot of that stuff is in the specific safety plans that we aren't made public, right? So it would be nice to share something on that for our families to have awareness.
I think we're working kind of a division calendar for reports, if I remember reading my email correctly. So we certainly can include some of the thoughts you've shared on both of our committees around trying to find a place where it might fit and might have an agenda that would make sense for some regular updates and reports. Happy to do that.
I think that'd be great.
And I just want to reiterate one point that for me, it's not just a suggestion. Like I personally feel like we should do this. We were just talking earlier about how we should be compliant with the Code of Virginia, and this is something that the Code of Virginia says that this board shall do. And so it's less of just like a personal preference, but it's one of the purposes of the board. So there has to be a way to navigate those privacy and security concerns, because if the obligation of that board is to report to the school board, there has to be a way to do that. So that
Understand.
just what I would add, yeah.
Yes, sir. And I know your reference code. I understand that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so what are some examples of items? So you start differently. Let's say that we brought in the makeup of the board or the committee, and and they're discussing items that the committee are supposed to discuss. Are we able to enforce background checks on these particular committee members? Because it's a safety committee, so we want to make sure that we have people that have been appropriately checked. And if that were the case, what kinds of things would an appropriately background checked person not be able to discuss in the confines of this committee that y'all are meeting about?
I think we speak, again, scheduling our drills. So we schedule lockdown drills specifically, primarily in advance, and we try to operate those as unannounced, so we get a good feel for what that actual response looks like. Again, there are certainly trusted folks who we could trust to not spill the beans and give out the date. But we do also speak about some very specific incidences, right? If we have an incident that goes well, we'll debrief it. If we have an incident that's a little more bumpy, we'll debrief it. And that can be specific case information that I would think would consider to be protected information. When we talk about the crisis plans, particularly the response sections, how we respond to particular situations, that is protected information. I believe that's code, but that's protected information that we don't release out of the crisis plans. I certainly understand the question or the position, and we are speaking about the school health advisory board and the safety audit team back to back. I certainly think we can discuss some safety topics in the school health advisory board. And, we will find that many times these committees have some overlap. I also chair a superintendent's advisory committee, the mental health advisory board. It has a lot of overlap. So I do find that in my work across my three committees, I will see some various themes and can collect information from 3 different teams. Also will engage some of the other committees as well, whether it be the equity committee or the elementary advisory board. There's a lot of interconnectedness. So we could, if it pleased the board, make a greater effort to include safety themes and safety topics in the school health advisory board. Or we could, if it's the board's will, continue to try to find a way to add more non-employee and law enforcement members to the safety audit team.
Right. Yeah, if there's specific events that are being discussed where names and places cannot be changed to protect the innocent, then I don't know that a board committee is the appropriate place for those discussions. Maybe I'll ask my policy colleague to weigh in on this, but are board committees not required to announce their meeting times and take minutes?
They have to announce their meetings, but I don't believe that they have to take minutes of their meetings.
Do the board meetings have to be public?
They are subject to FOIA. But again, this committee is a board committee, which means it is, the committee itself is subject to FOIA. If we approve a committee, it's a board committee, then it is subject to FOIA, just by virtue of us approving that committee and being a board committee.
Right, so its meetings have to be public unless they have right to be in a closed session.
Exactly. But that's, I mean, this is a board, so there's a gap here between the way it's functioning and what I'm seeing here about the expectation, because the board committees report to the board. So there has to be a way of reconciling this, because otherwise, why would it be a board committee if they're only talking about sensitive matters that cannot be open to the public?
I think the committee as it stands is not serving the purpose that the committee is supposed to be serving.
Right, exactly.
I think that's more of maybe a superintendent safety committee that's discussing specific items that should be protected. But
Do we know how any other jurisdictions are handling this?
Well, that's what I was gonna suggest. I mean, tonight's your first read.
Mm-hmm.
You've asked this is a committee we've had for a number of years. We've got some good questions tonight. I'm happy to go back and pull some other information. I can certainly talk to some other committees and or some other divisions and see how they get at this process. And I can provide that information through the superintendent to the board, and try to be in a position for the board to consider the possibility of a vote on the second read.
So, I mean, I think what I'm taking is that obviously the job that this group is doing is important and needs to continue, but perhaps in a different way. And the purpose of this committee might need to be refined to fit better in the definition of a board committee, right? And that may open the concept of this committee up to more broader kinds of topics and other things, right? And that don't have to get into the weeds of specific situations, and that stuff can be handled in a superintendent's committee or whatever form makes shape. But yeah,
I have definite and specific need for this team, even if
course.
we need something else. And if we decide we need something else, it's probably going to include many of these same members, plus some other parties, as the board has discussed tonight.
okay. I think finding out what other counties do is a good next step, at least. And if you could maybe get some information to Tosh or however, and just kind of share with us, so we can give that some thought. I think that would really help.
I'll try to knock it out this week and get it to you guys so you'll be ready at the next board meeting.
Yeah, I think that'd be very helpful. Board, anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garrison. Okay, next up, the proposed 2025-26 committee membership for the Special Education Advisory Committee is available for the board's consideration. This item will be brought back on October 21st as well. Dr. Julie Ligon, our Director of Special Education, is available for questions if needed. So, board, any questions on this one?
I only will make one comment, in that the same thing with this one, that should be reporting to the board annually. That's the only thing that I'll say. But this is great. I appreciate that committee greatly. It plays an important role in our school division.
Yeah, for transparency, my spouse is on this committee. I appreciate the work that they do, and I get to listen into the meetings occasionally.
Thanks for being here.
I just wanted to say thank you. They do report annually. They do a written report. And from my knowledge, they do come and report to the board. Let me back up. Thank you for having me here tonight. Board Chair Hudson, School Board, and Dr. Graham. I've been looking forward to saying that all night. So thank you. But they do report annually. They do a written report, and the chair usually comes and presents. And they do that in March when we do our special education plan. So.
Yeah, I think seeing that calendar that we keep talking about would really help, right? Because then we could all see who's on there when, and yeah.
Yeah, and I'll verify all of that. I wrote some questions down about, we are looking for a student representation from somebody in the school system, and I'll check on the formal presentation, and I'm going to make sure they post the report to the website, because we do have a website for them and a link. Excuse me. I'm nervous. But anyway, please reach out if you need any more information. We're meeting again on the 27th of October.
Board, any other questions or comments?
Just thank you for all of your hard work, Dr. Ligon, and I know that you and I have had some email back and forth to get some clarifications, and I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your support.
Thanks for being here tonight. Okay, great. All right, next up, I think this topic actually came up earlier, so it's timely. Dr. Amanda Widener, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, will present information regarding the calendar committee. The board is asked to provide additional parameters and requests for the calendar committee. So some of that calendar guidance that we kind of touched on earlier, I think the administration would like to get some direction on.
All right, good evening, Chair Hudson, school board members, Dr. Graham. I just want to present some information on the calendar committee as we get started in our process to develop drafts of calendars for you to review and approve later this year. This is not a school board committee, it is a superintendent's advisory committee. And as I think you're aware, we usually meet anywhere from 3 to 5 times during the first semester, developing those drafts, taking direction and parameters from the superintendent so that we can bring a calendar before you. These are some of the parameters that we're looking at this year, not very different from last year, but again, we want to continue to work towards building a calendar with at least 180 instructional days, keep our mid-August start date, maintain a fall break, Thanksgiving break, winter break. Of course, there'll be some discussion around spring break, and we may be asking for some direction from you, and then a goal to end the school year near Memorial Day weekend. So these are similar parameters as we've had in previous years. That's just a quick review of our current calendar. I won't go into detail. I think you're all familiar with what's in our current calendar. But what I wanted to do at this time is to ask for guidance. Even though this is not a school board committee, certainly this committee takes some direction and advice from the school board. So as we start the process of starting to develop calendars, I did want to use this as an opportunity to get feedback and direction from the school board on what you're seeking as I work with this committee to develop a calendar. One of the first questions, because we had some discussion around this last year, is do you want a calendar for just 1 school year, 2 school years, or 3 school years? I think as the committee proceeds, that'll help us use our time efficiently if the board can determine what their preference is going forward. We did have our first calendar committee meeting yesterday, and the calendar committee would like to do a survey. We would like to survey our staff, our parents, and also our students. So we have some student voice into what is important in the calendar. But again, as we begin that survey, we would ask for feedback from the board in terms of are there any specific items you would like us to address in that survey. So I will leave it open to you for discussion and questions.
Great, thank you. Board, who wants to start? Not everybody at once. Dr. Roundtree.
Sure. So I would appreciate a attempt to have spring break be at the same time as our surrounding universities. And if that's not feasible, have spring break be a 5-day Monday to Friday break. And then at Christmas time, I would also like feedback, a Monday to Friday 2-week period that students are not in school. Those are my big asks right now. So.
But you didn't weigh in on either of their actual questions. So.
What's that?
In terms of the 1, 2, 3 year calendar or the survey?
No, well, it was questions for the survey. So those are some questions around the survey.
Oh, I see.
1, 2, or 3 years. Well, we've asked the committee to do, or I guess the superintendent has asked the committee to do a lot of work with 2 and 3 year calendars over the last couple of years. And we've kind of tossed that work to the side by just approving a 1-year calendar. So with our historical record, I would suggest that we only go for a 1-year calendar until we're kind of have a calendar that's worked out with rules that we are going to try to adhere to for a longer period of time, rather than have a committee do the work of 3 calendars and us toss 2 of them away. Just my opinion there.
Ms. Purcell.
I like the idea of a survey to get community feedback. I like Dr. Roundtree's suggestions, additions to the survey. And I think given that we're looking at a change of leadership, maybe just a 1-year calendar for this year, because the new superintendent may have some other things in mind with how to allocate instructional time. If the school year were to go beyond the end of May, is there a way to have standardized testing shift later? Because once standardized testing is over, instruction is just kind of different at the end of the school year. So if we just needed more time for our kids to be in school, because it does sometimes seem like the end of May is very early, is that a possibility in the Commonwealth, or are we kind of fixed with those standardized testing dates?
As I understand it, the VDOE assigns testing windows to school divisions based on their school calendars. So I know we have school divisions in other parts of the state that go to school until mid-June. And so I think they fall within a different testing window.
So if we pushed our last day a little bit later, then our assigned dates would kind of fall within that potentially. If getting to 181 or 180 days with all of the holidays and breaks that people might want is not possible. But yeah, that was my only question. Thank you.
So I think one question we may want to include in the survey is, would you support a school year that might end closer to June 1 or into June?
Sure, we can see what they say. See what they say.
Ms. Bond had to drop, so we'll go to Ms. Barton.
So since I've been on this board for a long time now, the calendar has always been the hot topic. And we are never going to please everyone, but we're here to do what's best for our students, is what I feel is how we need to look at what we do with the calendar. I am all about the 180 days. I would actually want more than 180 days for our kids to be in school, personally. As for the years, we have ran into some issues if we have tried to do a calendar past 1 year, because I know we've tried several different times in several different ways since I've been on the board. Not just with the fact that we're going to have what Ms. Purcell pointed out with a upcoming new superintendent, but you've got a different board, and you're going to have different things going on from year to year. Some things are going to fall differently. We do some of our closures and some of our early releases around what some of our universities have going on. So it makes it really difficult to try to plan that far ahead, in my opinion. So I would say 1 year at the most, 2. For me, as far as preparing a calendar. I'm all about the surveys because I want everyone in our community to be able to provide feedback, parents, staff, everyone. The issue I have seen with the surveys is, I know with the survey, is that we have had staff and parents that have been able to go in numerous times and take the survey, and that's been an issue for many years. I don't know what the IT issue is with there, but you can go in as a staff, and then many staff people are parents, and I know that's can cause the survey to be skewed. So I'm all about the survey, but I would also like the fact that surveys, at least down in my district where we have issues with Wi-Fi, I would like to try to find another way to encompass the community other than a survey online, because I know a lot of residents down the mountain have problems with that unless they're in a particular area or just don't have access to it at all. So I would like for the schools to find maybe some other form of communication, whether it be by mail or whatever you think, maybe hold something at the school to provide feedback on it, where parents can actually come and provide information instead of doing it online, just something, because I know there are parts of the county that have issues with being able to take the survey. But the repetitiveness and the more than once is a main issue for me with that.
And the committee, we did discuss, in addition to a digital survey, also having a paper survey available.
That'd be great. And I do know we have a lot of grandparents and other folks that are, caring for our students now who might not be as proficient as far as getting online, and I'd like for them to be able to put their input in with their needs, and with their schedules and their lifestyle, to be able to have a say in what they would like to be able to see in the calendar as well.
Dr. Guidry.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to give some feedback before we get the calendar, and I do respect that this is a superintendent's advisory committee and not a board committee. So I also agree that it makes a whole lot of sense to do 1 year. There's going to be new leadership. Also, there's just a lot of moving parts. I also am in favor of a survey. I would encourage you, when you do the survey, to ask for some, I don't know, how do I say this? some people found the survey too limiting in some of the choices. So I think a little bit more subtlety in the ways some of the questions are posed to the community might give us, because we found ourselves we only had limited questions that we could respond to, and we were trying to parse out, what's the priority here. We were trying to do some of that work, and it would have been nice to have that feedback from the community through the survey. I agree to the degree to which we can align the break with our surrounding universities, because I don't have young children, but I know in our community that there are a number of parents who feel very strongly about the misalignment. And I would just say, one of the other things that I would say is, I had heard, like with the committee, that they know that there are a couple board members who are going to vote against it unless spring break is aligned with Easter. And I just want to maybe caution the committee that there are people in our community who aren't Christian, who are Muslim, and there are people who are Eastern Orthodox, and they have a different calendar. So I think that there are members of our community would appreciate it when the calendar does come to us, that there's that there's a little bit more acknowledgement of those communities, because when our discussion revolves around accommodating a Protestant or Catholic religious holiday, and I'm not opposed, I just want to make that really clear. I think we just need to be a little bit more sensitive when we have those conversations. But thank you. I really appreciate this opportunity.
Ms. Franklin.
So I agree with Ms. Purcell related to making things as close to Memorial Day as possible. I'm just really sometimes taken back that we're out of school the middle of May almost. So I think that should not necessarily be a target for us. And again, I'm not in agreement with seeing the calendar aligned with spring break around the universities. That's my feedback for now.
Great, and for me, I definitely sense, the one-year calendar probably makes the most sense, for sure. Definitely fine with the survey as well, with all the different options that we've kind of discussed with there, to get broad input from parents, staff, and you mentioned students as well. That's great. So I don't have any strong opinions beyond that.
So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I didn't give my opinion about the calendar.
No, sorry, yeah, right.
So at this point, I would agree 1 year, especially after how it went down last year. But in previous years, when we did start planning a 2-year calendar, it did work well. It was just a matter of communication. So maybe when we get a new superintendent on board and we can get into the rhythm of things, we could be more successful with a 2-year calendar.
Makes sense.
The committee did have one other question regarding, it kind of relates to spring break, and certainly we're going to get feedback on multiple questions related to spring break, 5-day week spring break, 3-day, around Easter, around alignment with universities. So we'll get that feedback from our community. But I know in the past when we've talked about the Easter weekend, there's been a precedent, at least, that we leave Good Friday and Easter Monday as days off on our calendar. With Easter Monday, is that an expectation going forward?
So I can start. I actually had some feedback on the survey as well before I answer that question. So the survey having a bunch of, would you prefer this or this with specific portions of the calendar, ends up not being very beneficial to us as a board. So would you prefer 10 days or 12 days off at Christmas, or would you prefer 5 days or 6 days off here? Because it doesn't constrain a a lot of those survey feedbacks do not constrain a calendar for us to meet our 180 days that we're targeting and meet all of the all the responses to surveys. It'd be much better if the survey included a calendar example that said, is this a calendar that you would prefer, or this a calendar that you would prefer, where it meets the 180 days and there's trade-offs on different times off? Because otherwise, we got feedback last year. We couldn't make 180 days and take all the feedback that we got. And then we're just debating on which feedback is preferred by the community. Whereas if we actually have something that's a little bit more solid, that we're asking the community members, here's 5 examples of a calendar. They all meet 180 days. Here, you can take this and you can take something off and move it around maybe, but these are the basic calendars. Which one do you prefer? I think would be a much better response and something that is more actionable for us, that we can say, the community wants this. That's the calendar that we're going to go with. As far as the Easter or Good Friday and Easter Monday, I'm okay with Easter Monday being a school day. I mean, I grew up in southern Louisiana, which was very Catholic, and I went to school on Easter Monday every year.
Yeah, I guess board. Feel free to kind of weigh in on that one.
So for me, the Monday would be, I would need to see how the calendar committee comes back with the days that would be a lot, what's the word? That would be given to us as far as what days would be blocked off for spring break. That would be where I would make a decision about Monday. And if it's 5 straight days, Monday through Friday, I would think differently than if it were Wednesday through Tuesday. So.
Yeah, I guess just to throw this out there for awareness. So obviously we have our calendar for 26, 27. If you look out to 28, Easter is actually in March, right? So I think you're going to run into some challenges on that one, right? Trying to navigate that. I think that's always a challenge with Easter, and that it moves around. So that puts it kind of early, as opposed to last year, it was towards the end of April, right? So I don't know.
And for me, if it's around Easter, that's fine, but it's really, for me, looking at the best time for us to do this, that's going to leave a good amount of time for instruction before we run into SOLs.
Dr. Guthrie?
I don't really have a strong opinion on that particular point, because I know that there are a lot of people who want a full week, and if there is alignment with Easter, then it extends, and that was part of our debate, into Monday. So that's more than a week, and that's a really long spring break. Mm-hmm. And so I'm mindful of that. So that's one of the reasons I don't have a strong opinion at the moment without seeing actual calendars. Not very helpful, I know, but.
Well, I think the calendar committee was just thinking, again, we haven't landed anywhere, but just in some of our discussions, if we were looking at a full week of spring break, and it just happened to fall in a place where it aligned with Easter, could we consider leaving Easter Monday as a school day to, again, minimize the number of days that we would be putting in the calendar as a break?
I see. Okay.
Ms. Pardon?
So I would have to agree with Ms. Franklin that it would be hard for me to make that decision without seeing the calendar and see where we landed with what the committee came up with as far as spring break and what the board decided to do as a majority as to accepting the calendar. I do know in the past that we have had it periodically surround the Easter weekend due to the fact there's been so many, I believe, absences on that weekend because families travel and go out of town and see family there. So I know we do have that particular issue with around that holiday, as we do with other holidays as well. I am not in favor of a week spring break because I don't feel that's what's best for our kids. I'm not saying that our students and our staff and our faculty don't deserve a break because they absolutely do. I don't think a Monday through Friday week is the best thing for our students, and that's what we need to keep focusing on, is what the calendar is going to best suit our students. So if it was a week right before Easter, I don't think I could accept a Monday off. Now, if they wanted to start it on a Tuesday and make up a day by adding the Monday later and not having the Monday through Friday, or we divide the week, I would absolutely be for it.
Ms. Brazil?
I don't have strong feelings about Easter Monday, and I think it's fine to plan it as an instructional day.
Dr. Roundtree, we started with you, right? Okay. It's getting late. I can't keep track. Yeah, I don't feel strongly either, I think. But I also think, to board members' points, I think it's hard to make that decision without seeing that calendar, right? You know, one of the considerations that, at least in my mind this last time, was if you're going to do a spring break, try to have it align after the end of that 9 weeks, right? And so that's another consideration, how it all kind of works together, right? The end of the 9 weeks, and where's Easter, and all these kind of things. So it's hard to make a decision without kind of seeing that first calendar to react to.
I guess our thinking was Easter Monday an absolute non-negotiable? And from what I'm hearing from the board is that it depends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Big fat, it depends. That's right.
Yeah, I think it's not a non-negotiable. If it works out, maybe it's a day off. But I don't agree with us saying here that in order to provide some constraints, we need to see a calendar. Because last year during the calendar time, we talked about that we needed to meet and provide some constraint guidance so that they could work on something that targeted what we wanted to see, rather than receiving something and then throwing it out this window and doing our own calendar. So either we're going to provide constraints and hopefully we get something back that is within those constraints reasonably, that works, and we can vote to approve it reasonably, maybe a couple changes. Or we're going to do what we did last year and throw that out. Oops. Just threw a bottle across the table. Sorry. Throw it out the door and debate about it for a month and then maybe finally decide on something. So I'm hearing a lot of, we can't give any kind of guidance without seeing a calendar, but that's what got us into the issues that we had last year.
I mean, I guess I'm not hearing that broadly. I'm hearing it around this specific date, just because it's not fixed, it moves, and its location in the calendar affects decisions. So, I mean, unless all of you have scrolled forward to 2028 and made that consideration, it's a little hard to make that decision until you start thinking about it. But that's just what I think I'm hearing from the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think at some point, and maybe this is the wrong presentation for it, we need to provide some real guidance. What's the estimated number of days that we want around Thanksgiving? What's the estimated days that we want around Christmas? What kind of spring holiday do we want? What kind of fall holiday do we want? how many teacher work days do we want to have throughout the year? But maybe this isn't the right time to talk about those things and give you guidance on that. Maybe that's a later meeting, but what's up, Ed? You look like you're having a question.
I think we've given the committee, you had questions for us that we answered and gave some guidance. I feel like constraining the committee with all of our asks up front isn't gonna let the committee do the work. So my preference is to let the committee, given some guidance, let the committee do the work and then come to us, because ultimately, yeah, I mean, there was the idea that we just threw out, there's a lot that we actually retained from the calendar committee's work. And so there is gonna be a negotiation at the end when the superintendent presents a calendar to the board to review. So my preference is to let the committee do the work, and we've given some guidance, because I think it's pretty clear from all of us that we would like to try to get the 180, to make 180 instructional days the target at the minimum.
Maybe I'd suggest, just to kind of try to help wrap up to tonight's conversation, like this is a great first step. I think having this kind of engagement along the way is probably helpful, right? So you came to us tonight with a couple of initial questions. Hopefully we gave you enough guidance on that, right? Maybe another check-in sometime soon to help with some more guidance perhaps, right? But so this becomes, a little more collaborative experience along the way. But I definitely wouldn't want to provide concrete guidance at 11 o'clock tonight when one of our board members isn't here who I know has strong opinions.
So maybe it would be helpful if we actually heard from feedback from the committee about what worked well last year and what they might suggest we change and what we might keep. It might give us a better idea of what parameters we might like to see for the committee moving forward, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. When do you see that survey going out and results being in? Because that could be another good kind of checkpoint after you've heard from people.
We would like to do the survey this month, get it out before the middle of the month. Our next committee meeting is scheduled for November 3rd. So ideally, the committee would like to be able to look at the results of that survey data, discuss it, and maybe after that, we could bring forth that data, but also some recommendations.
Okay, cool. Makes sense. So it sounds like our December meeting is going to have both a budget discussion and a calendar discussion. That's awesome. I was hoping to slide on through without having more of those, but cool. All right.
Thank you.
Board, anything else? Thanks. All right. Our next agenda item is a staffing update. I think it'd be nice if maybe we just asked any questions if we have them, as opposed to asking Dr. Brewster to present on this one.
I agree, because Ms. Barton just reminded us we blew past the 10:30 without taking the vote. Is it 10:30?
Votes at 11. No, the vote's at 11. But we're almost there, so we're probably going to have to take that vote.
I have one question. If
Sure.
We're going to move forward that way. So with our RIHIP employees, so I asked the question before, because it's been asked of me, if those employees can work in positions of being subs other than the classroom or administration, if it's needed. So when we have coverage for 92% or 93% for teachers, but then for our paraprofessionals, it's only 55%. But if we have folks who are in our RIHIP who would like to sub as paraprofessionals, why is that not allowed? I keep asking that. And it comes back, well, we've let one individual or we let two individuals, but if we have more folks who know that's an option, for me, it comes down to maybe not the right terminology here at 1056, but no, we want to keep those folks so that we make sure we have subs and they don't use up all their hours and as paraprofessionals. So, and I don't think that's necessarily fair to positions where we need those paraprofessionals to be in the building just as much as we do teachers. So that's my question.
Well, it's definitely something we can go and take a look at. It's not something that I've looked at specifically, but I am aware that we only use our RIHIP employees to substitute in the classroom.
Right.
But it is something that we can go back and take a look at.
Okay. I think Angie's behind you.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to address that. So the general guidelines for RIHIP does include that if you retire as a teacher, the preference is, of course, that you sub as a teacher. And it has more to do with their skill set and, of course, the pay as well. The pay does vary depending on the position. However, we consider all of those options, and you're correct. We have more difficulty in filling those para positions. We're doing really well with the teacher positions in filling those. And we've had several cases where several teachers have specialties that work really well in those para fields. So we are certainly open to that. We just do it on a case-by-case basis so that people aren't selecting someone where it's totally out of their skill set in order to do that. But we're certainly open to that, and we'll continue to do that. If anyone specifically has questions about that and they're getting no's from someone, have them contact me. I work directly with them to do that approval, and I'm happy to take a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Board, any other questions?
I just have a question about the current vacancies. It says special education certified. There's 6.5 vacancies. So is that a combination of the 3 teacher vacancies and then the para vacancies?
It's a combination of our current school certified vacancies and our special education vacancies, such as speech language pathologist,
Okay.
special education teacher, physical therapist, and specially designed instructional coaches.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks for the update. One item that would be beneficial, I think, for us to see on a regular basis is kind of the year-to-year comparisons. By the way, y'all are doing awesome this year on these vacancies compared to last year. Administrative vacancies last year at the same time were at 5. Elementary certified vacancies were the only vacancies that were lower last year than this year. They were at 1. Last year, secondary vacancies were at 2.5. Special education certified vacancies were at 8. And by the way, we had additional special education certified positions added this year at the level of 8. So we are actually way above what we were last year. And then classified vacancies were 60.5.
Yeah.
You're basically half of what you were last year with a large number there. So I think this is to Ms. Franklin's point. We raise some salaries, do some compressions of scales, and we get employees.
And I do want to note, credit our directors and principals and their teams. They've really been on top of the hiring this summer and making sure that we get people into those positions. So,
Yep, great job to everybody with HR and the staff getting these positions filled.
We almost made it. It's 11 o'clock.
Yep. Right.
I get hope, okay?
So we haven't done this one yet, so I guess I feel like when we discussed this, we wanted to make this motion and have some clarity in what we're trying to accomplish to make sure we got done sooner. So somebody want to make a motion?
I move that we extend our meeting past 11 o'clock, or were we extending to 11:30? What was the option? Or,
Thank you.
okay, I move that we extend our meeting to 11:30, and if we have to go past 11:30, we'll vote at 11:30.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I ain't going past 11:30.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Ms. Osborne, please call the roll.
Ms. Franklin? Petrie?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Purcell?
Yes.
Dr. Roundtree?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 abstain.
Motion carries. Okay, great. Do we have any other questions or comments for Dr. Brewster? Great, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, board, that brings us to unfinished business. Are there any items of unfinished business?
I have one. So I'm not clear where we are as far as our legislative priorities and how we're going to act upon those once we get those set. So in the past was we set those, we shared those with our representatives, because I think coming in November is usually, take your representative to lunch or whatever. That never works out. So I just want to know where we're at with that, and if we are not where we need to be, that we get there and we communicate these things, how we're going to communicate those. And then in January, when we have our legislative day in Richmond, the Capitol, what is it called? Legislative Conference, right? That we actually make an attempt to go and visit those folks in Richmond to, again, impress upon them what we need them to do or not do.
I guess I'll say from my perspective that it's definitely not something that we've done yet. We discussed them in some detail at a board retreat and then never actually circled back to document those and pass them around. So I do believe we have notes on that. I think Tosh captured some. I think other board members did as well. So at a minimum, we can get those typed up and shared around and have a discussion on that. No reason why we can't at our next meeting. Does that seem like a good next step? Great, thank you for bringing that up. What else? Okay. How about any items of new business? Okay, seeing none. Any announcements? Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll be quick. I know everybody's tired and wants to go home. I do want to give a shout out to Lewis Gale Montgomery Hospital. They are working in conjunction with our faculty and our staff and our administration. I believe their first stop, Laura, I think it might have been Blacksburg Middle School. They are working on a project called Stop the Bleed. We are incorporating that into all of our teachers and administration and faculty to learn how to stop a bleed, which will in turn, falls under the safety of our students. And we've already done tremendous things there with our, we've got the life vacs now for the cafeteria and the classrooms. And I just want to give a shout out to them because they did mention on TV, as a matter of fact, that they were going to be getting with every school in Montgomery County to make sure that, this procedure is shown It just makes me feel good to know that we're getting educated on how to take care of things that they arrive. And I want to thank all the people involved at the hospital who are taking their time out of their days and their schedules to come to our school and provide us with that training. So a big kudos and shout out to them. And I do want to say a big thank you to all of our principals and assistant principals, with it being National Principals Month. You guys, we couldn't do it without you, and I know you guys work tirelessly, and you should be told this more than once a month, but I just want to say personally how much I appreciate you and all the work you do, and to keep up the great job. You all are phenomenal, and thank you again for all you do every day for not only our school system, but our students as well.
That's great.
So I
Anyone else? Yep.
one thing. So yesterday I was made aware of a program that the railroad has to help spread awareness about railroad safety. And I can't remember the name of the exact program, and they were supposed to be getting information to me, but I thought this would be a good thing for us to be sharing in our schools, just like the gun safety information that we share, because every year you hear about tragedies that happen on people not being on the tracks where they shouldn't be, and a lot of it involves our young people. So we'll bring that back to us when I get that information or share it with administration.
That's great. Board, anyone else?
I have a couple of things, and I apologize in advance. It's been a long time since we had a meeting here. It's been since we had homecoming for Blacksburg High School. So I just want to give a shout out to the high school and everyone that put all of those events together, for including us as part of their parade, all of the fun that goes to, all the planning that goes into the game and the dance, and all the opportunities for kids to celebrate. I want to thank Mrs. Settle for giving me a tour of Harding Avenue Elementary School. I really enjoyed being able to do that. On September 30th, the division supported me doing some training through VSBA about superintendent evaluations, so I appreciate that support. And also that day, the MCEF board voted to approve the grants for this year. So we'll be honoring the grant winners at our December meeting, and that's always really wonderful to see all the different ideas that teachers are bringing to innovate their classrooms and provide more opportunities for students. Also, yeah, thank you to our principals and celebrating, is it Principals Month or Week? Month. And it's also Banned Books Week. So I hope that everyone is reading something interesting and employing their critical thinking skills so that they can challenge themselves and expand their worlds.
Great. Anyone else?
I'm going to jump in one more time. My apologies. I have to say a shout out to my Mustangs because they won their first home game last Friday against Bland, 50-12. So great job, guys. So proud of you.
And I'll pile on to the BHS homecoming shout out as well. Riding in the homecoming parade is always has been one of my biggest joys. Being on the school board, I'll miss that, and the sheer look of terror in Dr. Guitry's eyes as he was riding in the back of a pickup truck was totally worth it.
I believe that was Wanda.
That was Wanda. That's right, riding in the back of Wanda. That was worth it. All right, great. Upcoming school board meetings are in board docs. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is, where are you? Come on, computer work, great. Is October 21st. All right, and with that, we adjourn this meeting at 11:10 p.m.